Good evening and happy Thursday. You found us here at Texas Card House for some TCH Live 2-5 No Limit Texas Hold'em from Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Lahti, aka the New York Knit, with you this evening, and we should have a good show for you tonight. And we're going to get started with a $10 PLO bomb pot. We see some of the players with their $10 out. We see the cards getting shuffled.
Does he need me to do it?
And some more shuffling, some more shuffling. I imagine we're waiting for somebody to get themselves seated at this table.
Are you guys ready?
In the meantime, I'll say hi to everybody in the chat. I see some of you have shown up bright and early. I see Ragnar Orby, Roger Garrison, JD, Spyro. Great to see you.
Mystery player on the way.
Yeah.
See Sharon Darth. Hope you're doing great. Skullbone. All the rags, and I'm sure we'll get some new faces tonight as well. See somebody else is showing up and put money in the pot, and here we go. 4 cards for every player. Gonna play exactly 2 of them in showdown. 4 aces in your hand is not quads. 4 aces on the board is not quads. That's how it works with pot limit Omaha.
Also known as Tillman.
Ragnar Overby with some chicken parm. That sounds pretty good.
All right, 7 players.
Don't bend the cards. That's you.
And here's the flop. Jack 9-9. Who's got a 9? Let's find out.
That noise.
Aaron in the small blinds. AA Ron, you'll hear him here on Mondays. Gonna fire right out. Looks like 60. Our friend Faker gonna fold. Jason gonna fold. Kevin folding. Carolyn folding. PJ with the open ender, the backdoor diamonds. Gonna just let it go. Easy to get yourself in trouble on a paired board here. Tillman gonna fold. Milo gonna fold. So Aaron just going to collect the annies.
Thank you.
You can do this, you can do that.
Don't know what Aaron had, but I'm going to guess he had a 9. Just a guess.
You can step away, you can turn like no headphones, no phones.
Ragnar Overby with an F1 question for me right away. What do I think Haas is going to look like without the Russian sponsor? Well, I hear it's going to just be plain white tomorrow at the last day of testing. Let's see if there is a Haas a month from now when the season starts, because I imagine their Russian sponsor money is going to be getting cut off by the sanctions. And hard to race without money. Maybe Andretti buys them and gets in the sport a couple of years early.
Actions on
I just feel like I'm going to forget.
30's the raise.
Especially after I have
PJ making a 30 with the ace-5 of diamonds. Tillman just flat and cut off with the much better ace, the ace-queen.
If you get dealt then everybody else who's playing the game gives you 100.
And Jason going to defend that $10 straddle with the 8-6 offsuit.
We have 3 players.
Spicy flop here. Queen, Jack, deuce, couple of diamonds. PJ with the nut diamond draw. Tillman with top pair, top kicker.
That's 55.
PJ going to continue for 55. Tillman kind of flat. Jason getting out of the way with his absolute nothing. PJ picks up a gut shot with this 4 on the turn. Checks it over this time. Tillman goes for 100, about half pot. PJ should probably just be calling here. Does have plenty of outs, plenty of money behind to get himself paid if he gets there on this river, which will be a 3. PJ with the wheel and the best hand. And it just goes check, check. PJ not going to get any further money beyond the 407 that was already in the middle. CJT in 1968. How are you doing? Captain under pairs. Don't chat and drive. Just drive. Chat after.
Hey, let's make it tonight.
Yeah, you gotta, step up your game.
First time for everything.
Squirrel here's a Carolyn. That's because Carolyn's in the game tonight.
If you get dealt 9-3 of hearts.
Yeah, no, I was here with you last time.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't remember. Do you want to play?
Yeah, we've had some winds-free weather around here in Texas. So around here, be careful on those icy roads, especially tonight. Anything moist is probably going to freeze over again.
I wish there was like back in the booth, they would just automatically
Ace Queen of Diamonds for
Are you guys doing
Kevin.
automatic? Are we doing automatic straddle, guys?
I don't know. I mean,
It hasn't been
I
discussed.
think it's.
I would love to do it.
Raises to 30?
I mean,
I think
I
that
will
was actually
straddle
just a
every
straddle. I think we're going to see a
time.
straddle special, actually. Tillman
There's
making
somebody
it 30
who
with the
doesn't
King
want
Jack.
to, though, I'm not gonna-
I'm not opposed to it. It sounds
Fico,
better.
we've seen him have a lot of tournament success on this program, making the fold.
That's when we
9-5
get to
folding.
next thing.
And now back to our
Put it in
regularly
effect
scheduled
immediately.
C5 raises, then
hands for Kevin, which I believe is still Ace Queen of Diamonds.
fold 75.
He did
Not
3
yet,
bets
no.
to 75, Tillman flatting,
9-3 game.
2 live cards.
Oh, God.
Fuck, dude, you're my only
Queen
hope.
Jack 7 would be
Now I'm
something
in.
for everybody. Kevin,
They're
top
gonna be
pair,
eliminated.
top picker.
You know that, right?
Tillman with middle pair and some back doors. Kevin continuing for
Aaron, I hope
60.
today's the day you finally
Tillman's
get
got a pair, so he's going to hang around.
I got it one time down in San Antonio in a tournament.
And another queen. So Kevin will have trips, and he will scan his cards, and it is in fact the Ace Queen of Diamonds we thought it was. Kevin checked it over to Tillman, who made it 100.
C5 raises 200.
And Kevin goes for a check raise and gets the fold.
250 is a raise from C5.
Interesting line on that hand.
Jack or PJ, whatever you want.
Carolyn.
Wagner will be wondering whether Dallas streams get the giveaways and is Austin stingy with their merch. I don't know how the giveaways get decided. About 5 minutes ago, our boss was still in the room, and I could have just asked him on the spot, but you know, that's something I'll have to ask about. Where's the giveaways? Put those points to use. Hi, Dante. How are you doing?
We have a reshout to 20 from C6. From C7.
Okay, Mr. Straddle at 20 and 75 is the number to play 9-3, huh?
Because that's a lottery. I'm down to have some
Seeing
fun.
more and
on
more
this
of you
table.
in the chat now. Be sure and hit like as you file in. Say hi in the chat, and say hi to Pocket Aces if you're Milo. Looks like we have a live 20, and Milo makes it 75.
C3 calls 75. 4 fold.
Faker defending button with 8s.
Baylor.
C5 folds. C6 folds. C7 folds. We're going to be heads up to the flop.
We're going to go heads up to this flop. Ace is still good for Milo. Pretty dry board. Faker might continue here. His pair does beat a lot of random big aces, random C-bets. And he binks it on the turn with the magic 8 of spades. Milo's aces in a world of trouble, but this should be a very innocuous turn. And he will think he's going for value on this turn, another 125. If I'm Faker, I'm just flatting. Give Milo every reason to fire river. which will pair the jack, which might actually slow Milo down. Faker's top pair would have just improved. But it's actually eights full in Faker's hand.
C1 checks.
Does check it over. Faker going to bet. This is probably going to be a check call for Milo. And that's exactly what happens. 250 snap call. Gonna find out that his aces have been cracked. Probably fortunate that that jack paired on the ends there. Otherwise, it might have been this whole stack.
No. How did you get us
See
on the
Pez
game,
in the
or
chat.
this
How are you
specific
doing,
thing?
Pez?
Just ask. He asked the right.
Yes, very nice.
Also, he blamed it on his vision.
Yeah.
Took pity on it.
$1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone's saying Carolyn looks bored. It's only been 3 hands.
I'm gonna break up.
You know, sometimes it takes a little bit to get a hand you can actually play.
If you just ask Seth
Oh,
or
well,
whoever's running it, they'll
Seth, can you tell us what the big stack is?
And I see we've got a new sub. Thanks for subscribing, Melanie March.
Line space 2.
If you haven't subscribed already, hit that subscribe button. Find out every time we're on.
Is that what you want to do? Are you in this hand?
Me too.
JTN, I don't know who's filling the 10th seat. I think we're about to find out, though. I see Rax in that position.
Caroline added 500 on, and C1 is 15, playing 15.
Total.
Playing 15 total plus C1. C2 is adding 400. C4 is adding 500.
Yeah, but if we make it uncapped, then it's just madness from the get-go. You know?
Well, I just mean like
We'll see who that is in just a moment.
Can I get chips on the stream?
just like raising the cap to 2K.
See Caitlin in the chat. How are you doing, Caitlin?
2K.
It's Max with 2 X's. That's who's in that 10th seat.
Yeah, but it's a 5-5. Like our 5-5 here is uncapped.
You know what? Caitlin's got a podcast. If you all haven't heard the Texas Poker Experience podcast, it's definitely worth a listen wherever you get your podcasts. See, raised to 35 from Faker.
Max.
Max, I'm Aaron.
Nice to meet you, Aaron.
Nice to meet you. We're playing a game. It's 9-3 of hearts. If you get dealt 9-3 of hearts, you don't have to win with it or anything.
I don't
Just
know
get
what
dealt
Carolyn
9-3
has,
of
but
hearts.
Carolyn likes it enough to call, and King Queen, I like that too.
You like to play with it?
PJ's going to come along from the straddle.
Pick up 9-3 of hearts and get $100 for everybody.
Yep. If you are going to fold during the
3
hand,
ways to a flop of
throw a face up.
ace 10 6.
Because you don't have to win with it.
So Carolyn got shot.
Rolling, you know, $800, so you can try to win this.
No one else with anything to speak of.
It is a lottery.
Baker going to continue and just get it through. Nobody really excited
Peer pressure, Miles.
about
Can I,
this high
can I
flop.
join? Can I join
That's
like
your speed
halfway
flop.
through? Sure. No.
So long as you don't have whole cards that are the
Right,
9-3
yeah,
cards
of course,
at that
yeah.
moment in time.
I got you. Yeah. Okay.
But everybody's playing, so
Oh, everybody?
Yeah.
The whole table?
Yeah.
All right, now I'm in.
It's nice to see so many familiar faces on the felt and in the chat.
yeah. But no fold to hold, no any of that. Just
Hold it face
turn it over.
Or just play it. Try, you know, you're free
I have to
roll
agree with
hand.
dinner and live streaming being a pretty good mix.
Shift the pie.
That said, I had dinner before I came here. That's what I usually do before a 4-hour show. I stuff my face and then I come here. I run my mouth for 4 hours. You don't want to hear me eat.
Also help yourself with the business bucket behind you.
3 raises 35.
Sevens for Faker this time, making it 35.
7 folds. C8 calls 35. Heads up.
Tillman defending Straddle with the 8-5 offsuit.
First act on C8.
And
C3 checks.
it's going to go check, check on this ace queen 6. flop, and now Faker is going to make a set of sevens. Tillman picks up an open ender and will fire into Faker to the tune of $65, going pretty big with respect to the pot. Faker going to put in a raise now, wanting to protect against the many draws that are available here. Tillman going to call, going to try and find himself a 9 or a 4, and he will find himself another ace. Faker making his second boat in 15 minutes. $250 bet, getting a snap fold from someone who has 8 high.
Thank you.
You've got to pull up now. If you smash the like button, I hope the answer is yes.
I would like bump over, and I would always like try to take that one until I fucked it. For whatever reason.
If you're watching this in our archives,
Yeah,
not too
like,
late to hit
when
that
I
like
was,
button,
like,
hit
high
that subscribe button.
You had to flip it, and it was the whole thing, and
Then it just becomes a thing. It becomes stuck in
And
your
then
mind.
after you like are old enough that you've been smoking for long, then you're just like, wait, flip a cigarette? I don't have time for that shit.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
First to act on C1.
And we've got another hand.
C8 is behind 1,000. It's behind 4,000. C2 folds, C3 folds.
He's 8 suited for Jason.
C4 raises 40 total. C5 folds. C6 calls.
Carolyn gonna defend button.
C8 folds.
Max with some hearts of his own. Nice hand in the straddle, the queen jack. Gonna defend. Gonna try and flop himself something here.
C9 is first act.
Queen in the window. And an ace and a 7, but they're all clubs, which means that Carolyn has the nuts. Jason with his top pair is going to put up the 60-hour C-bet. Carolyn just going to call here since there's basically nothing she's scared of. Max getting out of the way with his middle pair on his monotone board. Turn will be a king. Jason now checking it over. Carolyn gonna go for some value here. Makes it 100, gets the call. And the harmless deuce of diamonds on the river, so Carolyn flopped the nuts, and she still has the nuts, and gonna try and get one more street of value here. Looks like about half pot. 175, a little less than that. Hoping to get called by an ace. And gets called by an ace.
Just mad.
Thank you.
And picks up a nearly $800 pot.
Thank you.
See Jedi Master Ted in the chat. Brandon wants to play cards. I hope you get the chance to play cards. JTN wishes J-Stack were here. That would be pretty nice. I mean, J-Stack's a fun guy.
Oh, that was for you. It was on there.
Oop, I grabbed it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, to keep those too, that's fine.
Thank you.
What are the chips on the board?
For for the dealer.
Only
if the
20
button
minutes in,
lands.
we've seen so much action already.
It's like an extra sweat for the dealer.
Oh, speaking of
I'm sure it only picks up from here.
not everybody has to do it, of course, but if the
I
That's
agree.
why you got to get here early. You never know when the big hands are going to happen. You never know when the two outers are going to happen.
it's very reasonable.
T2 folds. T3 raises.
Because it's kind of like, oh, we all know that we don't have to pay some $100.
See a raise from Faker up to 35, I think. And Kevin hasn't pipped with the ace-jack suited. Goes for the flat. It was actually a $40 bet, excuse me.
Dude, Carol, have you heard of Portal? Portal? Did I already send it to you? Okay. You get 4 words at the same time.
First act.
9 bits.
Okay, yeah, send that to me.
And we get a heads-up flop with the king in the window because whatever Faker needs, Faker gets tonight. Faker outflopping Kevin, who does have a gut shot.
Yeah, so think of it like a normal Wordle,
Check, check.
except for there's 4 boxes with like
And
9
now king's up for Faker.
So then you enter a
Kevin
word
improving to
that
third pair.
try for all
And a gut shot.
Okay.
and then it'll show you like the exact same normal Wordle stuff, but now you have to go through and try to sort 4 different.
So like on guess number 2, are you guessing
Baker making
one
it
word that's
75
fine?
now.
No.
You can do like there's got to be like a hybrid strategy where you're trying to like use as many different letters to get as many different like
And
yellow
call.
greens.
Yeah.
And Kevin's going to get there with that 10 of spades on the river. He has Broadway.
Know that like 1 is like oh like
Baker's
just
got to
have
be
to-
hating this now, losing to any ace.
bang on or try to advance the other word that you don't know yet. Because like if you've already used all those letters and now you're just like recycling the same letters but you know what the word is.
Is it an app? Or a
Having
app?
No, it's the same.
Betting
Oh,
with the
okay.
nuts and getting the quick
Oh,
folds.
okay.
So I sent you like my same share or whatever, and then there's a link there.
Okay.
It's just Wordle QUOR.
I lost yesterday.
You love.
I think we're hearing some discussion of Wordle strategy.
Yeah. That was the first one.
But I got wrecked.
I just got I got 3 letters and there was just too many combinations of words. That's just,
Well, that was like me though.
yeah.
I'm totally going to
Same
jinx this, but
scenario.
I have won all 42 Wordles I've played. All 42 of them.
I see all of my hands.
I've even lucked into the
Yeah, it's
two
something
guest
that
solve
your
a
hands
few
not
times.
Sounds about
I
right.
just see like these little.
But I've totally
Little
jinxed it.
squares. Yeah.
Like where it'll get me is where, you know, like 4 of the letters and then there's 5 choices for the last one.
No, it's just the
That's where they'll
website.
get me. I don't know when, but
It's
that's how
like
they're
the New
going
York
to get me.
Times owns it now. It used to be some like
5 raises. 25.
British website, but
King Queen suited for Kevin makes it 25 in this unstraddled pot. Ace
they
Ace
were-
for
New York
Carolyn.
Times bought it
Makes it
out.
75.
It's just like a simple word game.
Milo just going to let go of those 5s. Not going to try to set mine.
You know, it's sort of engaged line
Kevin with odds will call.
internal dictionary, and you get to play with it, but everybody's trying to
Heads up to this flop.
First act.
so it's like a 24-hour cycle.
Ooh, interesting flop here. Kevin's got a diamond draw.
So you don't want to spoil
Carolyn's overpair still good. She does have the back door to the better diamonds.
one of the letters that's in the word, but it's in the wrong spot. Green means that you've got the right letter in the right spot. And gray is you
125 from Carolyn here.
That's been popping up a lot on like just like social media and stuff, like
Yeah.
people doing that. Like,
9 gonna pair on this turn.
Yeah, don't download an app. There are people that have created all these like scammy apps. But
Carolyn does not seem too concerned. She is reaching for chips.
Google search it'll throw you. Okay, so New York Times.
Goes pretty big here, 350. Not a lot of 9s for her as the 3-better. Pretty much just overpair or big diamond draw. But it's Kevin who has the big diamond draw. Kevin calls, and Kevin gets there with the flush.
You let the ramp off.
And he's got less than pot behind.
Yeah.
Does he lead or does he check and hope Carolyn goes for it?
Yeah, partial to gray, mostly they're like dark
Yeah.
colors.
Like gray, dark green.
Yeah, more like yellows and shit, right? Like I don't think I even.
Kevin is going to press the all-in button, it looks like. Or not quite all of it, actually. About half of it. 450. Carolyn making the side call and disgustedly shows the aces. That's the second time tonight we've seen aces go down in flames. And $1,000 going Kevin's way.
I just wanted to pick a hand that was kind of fast.
It was 450.
And has the biggest stack at the moment. This game is a match the stack. The initial buy-in was capped at $1,000. After the first hand, you can match up to whatever the biggest stack is at the table. And a lot of times in the early going after a pot like this, you will see half the table reach into their wallet and add on. See if that happens here. Point to win, wondering, is that super producer Carolyn? Yes, that is. PM wondering about words with friends. I haven't touched that in years.
Actions on C4.
I see some suggestion that maybe Carolyn and Caitlin should do a show back here. That sounds like that would be a fun show. I also like the part where Aaron and I are both playing out there.
C6 has 2,300 total.
I certainly don't mind playing.
She has 23 total. C7
Yeah, I agree with you, Caitlin, that it really sucks for Carolyn there because she is blocking the nuts with that ace of diamonds.
two re-raises 140.
If you're gonna fold the aces at the same time though, the obvious draw did get there, and the top card paired. If you think about Kevin's calling range there on the flop and the turn, certainly top pair that improved the trips is a candidate. And then you have some diamond draws, and maybe a couple of middling straight draws like 8-7. I forget what the second card was.
Yeah, Anthony, if you want, when we tip you, you can pile them up on it. Oh, you got it.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, color them up. Don't drop the white.
I'll throw out on 5.
C7 is
Robert, I'm not sure what chips you're talking about there. Might be a color up going on.
No.
chips, live stream.
And now Kevin has aces. Do you think third time's the charm for aces, guys? What do you think? Let us know in the chat. Aces are 0 for 2 so far.
30. C7 re-raises 75 total. C8 fold. C9.
Makes it 30. PG 3-betting the queen deuce.
Chips, live stream.
Milo with the king queen. What's he thinking here? Are these 4-betting chips? Oh, he puts in the cold 4-bet. Poor Milo. Milo had the aces cracked, and now he's going to run into the aces. Kevin does not have position here. So I think you're probably more inclined to 5-bet. Usually when you get this cold 4-bet, he's got it. And you're beating it because you have aces. This will probably be the one time the 5-bet would just get through. There's the pink chip, the $500 chip. And there is the 5-bet.
800 total. 6, 7 folds.
Looks like 800. Unless I'm wrong. 800.
Chips, live stream.
Milo looking at a steep price to call. And try to hit top pair and then pray he's not dominated.
C7 added on 200.
Certainly could be ace-king, could be kings, could be aces, could be queens. I really don't want king-queen offsuit here. I'm just mucking it. And he does just that. He mucks it. Sometimes you go for the bluff and you step in it.
Bobby or Ted? Bobby, right? Yeah. Okay, I assumed as much, but.
We have a reshout for 20.
See Carlo in the chat. How are you doing? He's saying wondering about the dealer's headset. So the headset is how the dealer tells production what the action is in the hand. You probably heard him yelling for chips. That's not to production. That's to the floor staff, like who's out there on the main floor. They're going to go get the chips for a player who wants to add some more money. So the microphone gets plenty of use, just not when he's talking to somebody who is out there. We see a raise from PJ with the king jack and Faker 3-betting, having him pipped with the king queen suited. Like that 3-bet being out of position. King jack offsuit, not a fun hand to continue with. Could be dominated. Being offsuit, you're not going to flop quite as well.
Nice recurring.
But he's in position, and that's enough for him. Heads up to the flop. 8-3 deuce. All players with overs. King queen still well ahead.
That's a good thing.
No back doors. Baker's $250 C-bet likely to get through. And it does. See lots of people just relaxing and staying warm. That sounds like a great idea.
Well, I mean, but you get paid per bag, right?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, but.
If you play Wednesday,
What's the buy-in?
bag you're not gonna play.
So, to me, it's all about how many chips you bag, right? Like, if I bag 6 big blinds, I might fire it again. If I bag 15 or more, there's no point, right? Because the amount of exposure that you get to try to get to a bag is hard. When you already have a playable stack, it's like, why would you do it? But
Milo with jacks, making it 30. Carlo, it was just summer 2 days ago. It'll probably be summer again next week.
run it up on one bullet, but if I do
Aaron going for the $90 3-bet with his suited ace wheel.
It's good in the 500.
Nice how you want it.
Say 1.5, you're playing for 1.5 million.
Milo just flatting. Heads up.
So even if they don't have entry to
10-10-4. Jack's still ahead. Just an over and back doors for Aaron.
I mean, we were in like one of the older towers.
Aaron continues for 75. Milo going nowhere. Feels pretty good about that deuce of clubs. I'm sure Aaron does pick up a gut shot.
Yeah, I don't remember last time I played for
Yeah.
I'm sure that's gonna change.
You think?
Two bets, 250. I don't know. You gotta be hurting.
Aaron firing again. Looks like 250. Milo just calling again. Aaron needs an ace or a 5 and gets a queen. Jacks will be good if they get to showdown. About 850 in the middle. See if Aaron gives up or if he decides to fire the third barrel.
Two checks.
Aaron gives up. Jacks will take it.
Thank you.
I brought that from the
No, I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna get some. You gotta warm up first.
I thought that was what the scotch was for.
Oh, you-
Yeah.
I'm drinking a beer.
See people
No, he
talking
said he has a
about
big bottle of scotch.
how cold it is and how their dogs like it. Yeah, there's some dogs that hate the cold. There's a lot of dogs that hate the cold. There's some that love it. And Huskies love it. St. Bernards love it.
There's no, this is the Wild West out here.
You wouldn't believe like how big a St. Bernard is until you actually see one in person.
No, if you do, you'll see. There's a 3 of hearts. I better pay attention, right?
I had the 3 of hearts like an hour ago.
4 raises 40. 40.
People talking about their tournament plans. I'm playing so many tournaments the next month and a half. See Jason making it 40.
Big old pizza or something.
Everybody's sleeping.
Yeah, I'm low carb right now.
7 first
Yeah.
Go heads up. This ace, king, 8 flop. PJ's queen jack is the best. It's the nut, no pair. But you hate that board when you are against the pre-flop raiser.
7 raises. 1.
PJ going for the check raise over Jason's continue. Not believing, and right to not believe. Gets the fold. Did have the gut shot to the nuts in case that went sideways.
Probably play it. I mean, should be fun. Yeah, they're fun.
Sorry to hear that, PM. That really sucks.
The big one, I heard somebody say it was 25K.
Yeah, it is.
How does that work?
Let's see.
On day 2,
That
after
WSOP schedule came out.
Everybody gets it done.
you knock somebody out and you get
My
like
aim is to spend a lot of time in Vegas this summer.
yeah. And then you just draw whatever.
How much time, I'm not quite sure yet, but hopefully a whole lot.
The minimum is $25 or $50 or whatever, all the way up.
Seth thinks I'm going to win a bracelet
Yeah,
this
I don't
summer.
know what
I
the
hope I win a bracelet this
It's
summer.
like it's probably like 50 or something.
He's called it. Seth is called it. I'm going to win the deuce to 7 triple draw bracelet.
Straddle Texas.
Definitely an event I'll be
That's what I was
firing,
next to.
assuming I'm there at the time. That is totally an event I'd fire.
3 raises, 40 total.
Ace queen for Faker, making it 40.
C5, C4 re-raises 100
I
total.
think that's a 3-bet from Jason.
Entries are at 1.5.
Tiny 3-bet up to 100 with the ace 3 suited. Carolyn folded the king queen.
For flight?
Tillman cold calling with the ace king. Getting trappy here, an ace for everyone. Faker gonna call. We go 3 ways to this flop.
8 for Straddle.
But there's like a whole bunch of
Queen
flights.
5 deuce. Faker
Probably about 2 of them.
with the best ace at the moment. Jason with the cut shot, the back to a hearts.
150
Tillman whiffing,
minimum.
where a 4-bet probably would have just ended it. Instead, Baker's going to get there. Jason's going to continue
I
for
feel like I knew
125.
about more people who were coming out of town
Tillman gets out of the way,
last time than
and
this time.
here comes Faker cutting out some raisin chips, I think. There it is,
Yeah.
making it 375. No doubt wanting to charge the diamonds. If this stack count is right for Jason, you would pretty much be committing him.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what it is then around the series. But I mean,
Might be a really good time to stay in town.
I guess it depends on the schedule of the series.
Yeah.
Jason will fold.
When are you going out?
I just scrolled through the schedule. I haven't made any plans.
Ragnar thinking I'm going to win the Texas main event. I hope so.
Where else all the bidders can keep, but
Yeah. We're just gonna go out the beginning again.
Pretty sweet, actually. Last week, I won myself a seat into a 5K that's happening next month out in Houston. I've never played a 5K in my life, but I'm going to, and here's
Unless
hoping
something
for
changes and
success.
I feel compelled to play the main event.
Bid a 9 with the 4.99 super chat.
Yeah.
Here's to growing this great game one stream at a time. Make sure and hit the like and the thumb up. Thanks a lot for that.
How much of this, Alex?
If you want to contribute to this program monetarily,
Single table.
you could send us a super chat or a super sticker. Little $ icon at the bottom of your chat. Hit that, follow the instructions. And any contributions are appreciated.
Raises 35. I'm sorry.
Aaron making it 35 with his ace-10 offsuit. Could fold that from the +2, could raise it.
C8 folds 35.
Kevin calling with the king-queen off. Tillman with the worst ace ever, the ace-6 off, gonna call from the big blinds. And Max gonna say, why not from that straddle? Queen 3 suited, which will flop bottom pair. And the best hand at the moment. Does have to fade a jillion overs.
2 checks. C5 checks. C8 checks.
There's a 7. Pair of 3 still best. Tillman does have 2 cut shots actually.
C2 checks.
Once more checking. Nobody loving this board.
C5 bets.
Kevin gonna say they checked me in position twice. I'm gonna bet it. He'll call, and Tillman gonna call with his draws, and Max gonna fold the best hand. Understandably though, it is bottom pair after all.
Heads up to the river.
All right, it's gonna pair on the river. Tillman's ace is the best hand. Will Kevin let him get to showdown now? Probably not.
That's 150. C8 folds.
Tillman does check fold. So whatever Kevin's river bet was. 250 for the graphics.
Do we post the strategy?
Do we
I don't know if
it's
it's like
mandatory?
official or not. Like,
Straddle?
So I think everyone's doing it.
Ask them if they put it in as a third blind.
hey, Chef, did we
We're
put $10
suggesting
as a third?
a TCH chat meetup of the Golden Nugget. I wish I could be out there, but
Still a
I'm
straddle.
here in Texas. I'm not going to Vegas. Not for a while at least, but you know, you all ran into each other.
No.
That's great.
No, he still
Got a
has to be dealt
great
there. Still
community
is able
here.
to still apply.
Okay, but no shadow play this round.
We're also mentioning
I was
sucking
just
out.
thinking the same
If it
thing.
This
is,
is
and
full
he's
of
not
quads.
here, he's not
I
getting
did
paid.
that not that long ago in a Knicks game, actually. Pretty sweet when that happens.
That would be freaking hilarious.
C2 raises, 20 total,
The old one outer.
4 folds. C5 folds.
Or you have the quads already and they draw dead and they get there. That works too.
C6 calls, C7 calls, C8 folds, C9 folds. Let me get the flop out.
Oh, sure. Then
Aaron made it 20 with the mystery hands. Carolyn and PJ coming along with some random suited cards. And PJ with bottom two pair.
It's a weekend.
3 clubs on board. Nobody with clubs that we know about.
C2 bets 50, C6 folds,
Aaron continuing for 50.
calls,
PJ calling with 2 pair.
C2%.
And now PJ fills up. There's a good chance PJ has the best hands. Only losing to pocket fours and pocket jacks and jack deuce that there's no way Aaron's playing from that position. Aaron making it 125. Because how many boats does PJ have? How often does he have 4 deuce? Not that often.
C7 folds.
PJ just calling, giving Aaron every chance to fire. On the river, unlikely to have changed anything here.
C2 checks. C2 checks. C7 bets 300.
Aaron checks it over.
2 calls.
PJ made it 325, it looks like. Got snap called. We don't know what Aaron has or had.
What's the quads of the day today?
Over pair, flush maybe.
Oh, that's it?
Ragnar Overbeat, I don't know what they've done with the TCH cruise yet. Except for next year. I don't know anything about that, unfortunately.
C4 added on 500.
Let's see.
dudes, you're lucky.
No, I
It is
just.
now. I blame myself for that, Aaron. That was my fault.
What else? Cora saying that he's going to go to TCH Dallas next month for the first time. Hope you enjoy that. Lots of great action up there.
C3 folds. C4 raises 30 total. C5 folds. C6 calls.
Jason making it 30 with the king queen. Carolyn flatting
C9 folds.
with pocket fours.
C1 folds.
PJ calling with a queen and one of Carolyn's fours.
We have 4 players.
Aaron feeling priced in with the 7-5 offsuit. 4 ways to a flop of ace, king, 6, couple of diamonds, Jason with middle pair. Nobody else with really anything. Carolyn with fourth pair.
Seven checks.
Checks through. Turn's going to pair the 6. We'll put up a spade draw for PJ.
Four checks. Six checks.
Check. Over to PJ. Does have a spade draw.
55. See two folds.
We'll go half pot, $55. Jason folds his king. This probably works. Like we saw before, they all check to position twice. How often does somebody have top pair? And Carolyn lets it go. PJ's aggression gets the job done. There's a 4 of spades.
I thought you had a spade draw.
I see Nixon Poker in the
I was
chat.
gonna
How are you
call
doing,
pocket-
Nixon?
I was calling. I was gonna call with pocket fours. So
Hopefully you run better. Unless I'm at the table with you, which I'm sure we'll collide at some point this weekend. Drummer Boy 746 wondering if you can 5-bet at TCH. Yes, you can 5-bet. You can even 6-bet if you want. You can make all the bets. The one catch is that usually you have all your money in the middle by then.
See five folds. Six folds. Seven folds.
In fact, we've already seen a 5-bet tonight.
See nine folds.
PJ limping. PJ looking to play a lot of hands. Tillman flatting his king 7 of spades. Milo with the jacks. Making it 40.
See three folds. Seven folds.
King 4 going to get out of there. Tillman's going to have position. He's going to have a suited hand, and he's going to call. See this flop. Ooh, and we got spades on this board. Tillman with the second nut spade draw. Milo with second pair. Equity-wise, it's a coin flip right now. Milo making it 35. Really small bet there. Tillman gonna call, getting wonderful, wonderful odds. Four on the turn doesn't change anything. And it's having position. He knows that if he gets there, he can get money in the pot. Calls the $55 bet from Milo. And that river's gonna brick out. The deuce pairing. Gonna go just check, check, and Milo's jack's gonna be good.
Jacks again. You know, he saw the
Justin Hammer in the chat. Hey there, how are you doing? Is this the dude that won a $5,300 seat on an app? You know it.
Go. Roll the dice.
And
I want it so
I look
bad.
forward to making full use of that seat next month out your way.
I had the 9 of hearts, but I know that it wasn't with the 3 of hearts.
you'll probably
Hopefully
like
turn it into actual real money, not hypothetical money.
you get quad.
What is that?
Definitely an unexpected surprise. And
Two in your hand.
You got the flop?
you know what? I was bound to hit something in a satellite eventually. I mean, satellites have been torture for me, so had it coming, and
Do you have to
hopefully
get paid, or you just got to
things
there's
go
gotta be
well,
one
and
50
hopefully
spot?
at least it's a fun time and there's no punt. Carlo wondering, does a quintuple straddle count as a 5-bet? It does not. Well, first of all, that would be a 6-bet, since the quintuple would be the fifth raise, which is the 6th bet, but the straddles are not considered bets. They're considered extra blinds, which is why it actually won't up your VPIP number if you straddle. Though the action's always appreciated. We see PJ giving some action with the King 5, and Aaron giving some action with the 10-4. Jason not giving action with the 9 Triz. You know what show you're on? 8-6 deuce. King high still good. Check, check. Pair of 4s for Aaron now, and gut shot for PJ. Or rather, 2 gut shots for PJ. Does have the 3 or the 7 available. Aaron making it 40. PJ with a lot of outs. We'll call the 40. 8 of spades on the river. And Aaron's 8s and 4s will be best at showdown. We'll make it 125. PJ will look at his cards longingly, wondering, how did I get here? Why did I play King 5? And he'll turn the 5 over, saying, hey, I didn't have nothing. I had outs.
Seen a lot of those. You're probably like, here we go again, right?
So I'm thinking I'm going to do a dab when I win.
If it works for you, I got
Carlo, thanks for the confidence there on my commentary.
It is one of my lucky hands.
Ragnar thinking I'm the next moneymaker.
42.
I hope so.
It's like, if you like, I don't know.
I can be
if
the
it's like
Texas
more
moneymaker
of an
who's not
angel
actually from
number, but
Texas.
once my like friend in high school,
Yeah, I'm from
like,
New
explained
York.
how like the number 42 had some like significance. And
But
how,
you know
like,
what? New York
someone
doesn't
says
have a
that, you're gonna,
moneymaker
like, see the
either,
number
so there's
42
that.
everywhere. And like I just started seeing it like all the time.
Hammer
And now
promising
it's,
that
like,
if I
like,
win and I
42.
do the dab, he'll record it and share it with the TCH audience. You know what?
Not
Booked.
in my guys out of the loop.
If I'm going to win that kind of money, sure, I'll do the dab. Booked.
I'm still young.
Yeah, no, you gotta read that book.
Book?
Queen Jack suited from Milo making it 35. And just gets it through. That's right, Carlo. Long Island's are a moneymaker. Though that doesn't flow as easily, does it? We gotta figure out something smoother.
Ready for a little bit?
Okay.
Floor.
Roger.
Do we have a wine cork?
Of course, yeah.
I just took wine something.
No, the best is when you mix them together.
I'm not opposed to doing it.
It's just a game where you like stand up and then the last person to sit down has to pay like everyone $5 or something.
Stand-up game, yeah.
PJ with the Doyle,
I think that's the
the 10
dumbest thing.
deuce.
I'm not a big fan of it.
Like, it should
Limping
just
in.
be last man standing.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Why would we not just call it that? But also, we can't do it because people are too tall and they'll get in the way of the camera.
Yeah, no,
She's
mostly
a
if you're just being gender
small
insensitive.
blinds with the King 6.
Had to go there.
Carolyn gonna get a free look.
So
Yeah,
every,
so
every,
like-
once
so
you
it
win
looks
a
like
hand, you sit down.
Haven't slipped in
And
there
then
too.
the
I
last
can chuck to
person
a nuts and
standing
jack
has
deuce.
to pay everybody at the table.
Everybody's
Like $5.
8-8-7 will give Carolyn a spade draw.
definitely not 5. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't really
She
matter.
got that spade draw in this Wimps pot. Likely to work here. No one else having more than an over and a back door.
$5 and just paying it down.
And gets the job done. Carolyn gonna pick up a few extra dollars.
For $5.
All she had to do was straddle. If she didn't straddle, she's probably not seeing that flop with 5-3 under the gun.
Yeah, I mean, at
I'm
this
willing
game,
to
it would
bet.
be like 25 at least.
Yeah, probably.
But she straddled and she gets rewarded. I don't like Portugal producer 7, just use the gamble function and
It's like kind of an action driver because like once people don't want to lose, they're like making
undoubtedly why he just
Yeah, it's just gotta
left
be
the
an
room
amount
in
that,
favor
like,
of Kristen, who's now pressing the buttons on the other side.
try and win the hand.
So I guess 25.
Shout out to our excellent
It ends up being two
production staff,
or 200.
Seth and Kristen, and our executive producer David.
It's 200.
Seth making the lineups as well.
Two races, 40 total.
Aaron making it 40 with the 10-7 suited.
115 total.
Faker with a 3-bet. We don't know what he's got. Jason with the king jack of diamonds. We all know somebody who loves that hand. I think Jason might love this hand. Is this a 4-bet coming?
900. Seat 8 added on 900. Seat 4 plus 22.
Looks like it is just a call. Kevin with the ace-3 of clubs. So
Seat 5.
possibly dominated, and he does fold. But also so deep that you can actually get there. And Kevin, and not Kevin, and Faker has aces. We now find out. So excellent fold by Kevin. PJ with a king-9 suited. A raise, a 3-bet, and a call. Should just muck this. He does just muck it. Wants to play hands, but not for that price. And Aaron feeling priced in. 3 ways to a flop. Faker not going to enjoy this flop. The Jack 10-9, very connected. Pair plus gut shot for both his opponents. Jason actually with the equity advantage right now. Faker continuing for 275. Jason gonna call with top pair plus gut shot plus backdoor diamonds.
Heads up to the turn.
We go heads up to the turn. 7 of spades. Good news, bad news for Faker. Bad news is it's now 4 to a straight. Good news is he has the nut spade draw. And he doesn't know this, but nobody has an 8. Check, check. 4 on the river. The aces will hold this time for Faker. The first hour, the aces were losers. This hour, I think they're going to be winners. And Faker thinks he has a winner. We'll go over some thin value here to the tune of
Chips for the live stream.
375. I wonder what he does if Jason just rips it in his face, saying, I have an 8. But if Jason had an 8, we probably would have heard from him on the turn, is the problem with that. Jason low in the tank here. Ultimately, cannot make the call, losing to so many hands.
How much, Aaron?
1,000.
Seat 2 added on 10,000.
Let's see what else is in this chat. Shu, I hope I'm saying that right. Wants to play on the next live stream. How many people are on the interest list to play live? Varies from week to week. If you are interested in playing on this stream or any of our TCH live streams, what you want to do is look in the video description. We have a link to a form to fill out if you want to play. Fill it out, send it in, and production will get in touch with you about making that happen. If you're from out of town, more lead time is better, just to make sure that you get the date that you're going to be in town. I'm sure we'd love to have you. We've definitely seen players on this program from around the country.
Someone told me C5 raises 25 total. C7 calls, C8 calls.
Kevin deciding he wants to play hands.
We have 4 players.
Made a 25 from the button and didn't even get through the first player. Everybody called, and Carolyn's going to flop a wheel.
6 checks. C7 checks, C8 checks, C5 checks.
Top pair for PJ with his ace-4. Got shot for Tillman. Kevin now makes top pair, but is drawing dead against Carolyn's wheel. Tillman the only player who can win if he finds himself a 5 on the river. Carolyn makes it 40, going for some value. Tillman gets out of the way. Kevin just improved, so he is going to call.
3 players.
We'll go 3 ways to this river. And it will be a brick. The wheel will be the winner. See if Carolyn can find any more value. She's going to go pretty big here. Pot was 220. She's going to go just over that, 250. PJ really thinking about this. Let's have third pair. He beats a club draw. Like, that's the pro column. The con column is that random overcards might have just spiked on you, which they did in Kevin's case.
Am I allowed to ask how much is in the pot or no?
And also, Kevin's behind you, and
You can't sell it.
he might have something.
Yeah, can you like spread it a little bit?
He's looking for the dealer to spread the pot so that he can get some idea what's in the middle. He can try and gauge his odds.
I like the hands-free, like, bottle.
Right now, we'll be wondering what he's got in his mouth. I believe that's a bottle of some sort of alcoholic beverage. He does fold. And Kevin, looking at his cards, or at least one of his cards, I assume the 8. Is this a card funeral? This is a card funeral.
You were going with less than an 8?
Yeah.
Carolyn will not
You need
get
another
any
one of
further
those
value.
shooters.
Go ahead and show it.
Nah, you'll see it. You both made very
Ragnar will be thinking that
I mean,
we
very good
need some
folds.
alcohol on this table. They look angry. I wouldn't say they look angry. There is alcohol available to these players on TCH Live.
I had an ace
Flop
4, that's
the
why I didn't
wheel.
believe you.
Couldn't drink the wheel.
Yeah.
You got $80.
I know.
PG a zombie? I don't think so. I don't think he's a zombie.
Hey,
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I got the 9-3 here. Hate to miss it.
Be sure hit like, hit subscribe.
call 200?
I would have called like, probably 175.
See over 500 of you watching. It's really great to see. Over 100 of you liking.
All right.
We can definitely get that number up, I'm sure.
I just had the nut.
Plenty of action this evening.
Well, I guess I missed, so it doesn't
See Carolyn going for the $35 bet with the Queen 8. Not suited. And Tillman just clicks it up to 80.
Two days close. I'm sorry, 6 close. Heads up.
And these graphics are slightly off. Carolyn called. And we got the Jack 6 deuce flop. And then Carolyn folded to Tillman's C bet.
Thank you, everybody. It's my time. So I'm going to take over.
We need to buy some white stuff. How many you got?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I advocate for 15 if it's a single board. What do you guys think?
I am off.
I'm down.
We're missing half the table anyway.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Bonfire time.
Kevin, you okay with 15?
15?
For the bonfire.
Bobby, you don't want to?
And we got a dealer change here. Anthony stepping out. We've got,
Let's fire it up.
Let's go.
I think, Sal stepping in. There's the S. It's Sal.
Who wants a little scotch? Carolyn? Yeah.
A little bit.
Can I offer it up to everybody? Or?
They are doing
Do it.
And we're going to go bomb pot. I think we've upped the ante. Literally.
Max, you Tillman?
Go.
Looks like they're doing 15.
For a little gamble. Not on camera. Call the right side.
Usually 10 on our 2-5 games, whether on or off stream.
Call the right side.
But if all the players agree, they could go bigger.
That's. I said a little bit. This is stop.
in this one. In this one.
Yeah, of course.
15.
Down for a tie game.
These scorecards dealt out to every player who was in.
No, those two are you.
There we go. Just sorting out who's in, whose cards are what.
That's yours.
Gets a little confusing, especially when you got players sitting out. But the beginnings and
Drinks on the rails. Be sure you don't spill it.
Are you cold?
Yeah, I just,
So cold.
I just
King 10-10 rainbow.
JD.
Near the outside of the building.
Check.
And we see trip 10s for Tillman. Not a great kicker though. Max with nothing. Aaron with king.
Does anybody need a cup?
He's gonna bet. Goes for 40. Jason with 10s full of kings. Only losing to kings, which we know nobody's going to have here. Does call.
You know, a rock and roller. It wasn't mine. Somebody gave it to me.
DJ with the last king in the deck.
Some random sushi.
Gonna fold.
Okay.
You really don't like top pair and no kicker with this action. Tillman gonna call. We go 3 ways to the turn. Aaron with the backdoor royal, which does not show up. So Aaron drawing dead. And Jason with the check mark.
Check.
Assuming this all got scanned correctly.
Bet. 150.
Jason going for 150. Tillman getting out of the way with his weak trips. And Aaron now stepping out of the way.
Please. Appreciate it.
And now apparently there's a chat meme where Everybody's declaring themselves a mod and pretending that there's a raffle. There's no raffle going on. There's no raffle going on right now, guys. I wish I had a hoodie to give away, but I don't.
The straddle's not mandatory, right?
No, but we're pretty much all doing it.
Okay. The live 10.
Ooh, sorry.
I'm not gonna miss.
Trying to be helpful, man.
And Milo's gonna just gotta walk here. Another benefit of straddling, you get to be the one who gets to walk when nobody has anything.
Good ace 10 5.
Tell you what, we don't have a raffle, but I will gamble. I'll do that right now. Gamble
5. I pulled a both. I didn't
10 because I'm in net.
bother this long enough to wait.
Straddle.
What was it, 10? 10-5? By accident just now?
Yeah.
Look at these V-pips max below that 15% Lahti line. PJ, the most active.
10 fold.
Not too surprising to see that number.
I can do nose, I just can't do silent.
And Jason not a believer in the 9 triz.
The easiest person I've ever played with in my life.
It was a good
Doesn't
fold.
even surprise me.
Call. Call.
I'm gonna guess that it was a good fold. No, you didn't.
And some jacks for max.
Well, hold on, Carolyn. Let's just be clear about poker. That's never a good
Definitely putting in the raise over
That's
the
fair.
couple of limps from PJ and Tillman.
If you lose, you lose.
65 for max.
I don't know. Kilo's a little different.
Not single board. You don't have a full 10.
I'm not saying good. All right, so but what's your
Raise.
price?
Yeah. Well, that's a different story, but it's not a good fold.
Okay. So you're saying you should have.
Milo
called
going for
and
the
they-
3-bet. Queen 10 offsuit makes it 165.
I just forgot I had
There you go, PJ and Tillman.
I
I
had
don't
a
think
wrap,
jacks are
but I
going
just got-
anywhere, though.
I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I have a feeling I'm just drawing dead.
Yeah, I had 3 to a royal and so like
I had Jack Queen 9, so
Oh, did we change the graphics?
yeah, they're good.
They're very poppy. I can see it clearly from here. Hey, call.
Next in the call as we hear
Did notice that. I like
sound
the,
note that we do, in fact, have
what,
upgraded
I think
graphics
that's what
around
Dallas
here.
used to have, or what Dallas had
Nice to see.
possibly.
They rolled it out the night before or the week before us.
yeah.
6-5 deuce.
I see you play on this
Very
game
safe
like a lot.
on
You ever head up
max.
to Dallas, or you like
Checks
to
it over to Milo.
I mean, I live here, so yeah, it's
What's in the C-bet?
the same game. Like it's the same game.
$100. We'll see if
well, I mean,
Max goes for a
Yeah, I think they're a little bigger and they're a little bit more straight.
graphics have Milo at 1% equity. Presumably these graphics are accounting for actual equity, accounting for dead cards. Speaking of which, Milo just turns top pair. That is no good. We see there are no more queens available. There are 2 10s available though. He's down to backdoor trips.
Bet 250.
Of course, you don't know that there are no more queens available.
In theory.
Max firing again for 250. Or Milo firing again for 250.
So when it's ready,
Max
he's out.
still has an
He's
overpair.
out to something on his
So safe turn for him. Still beats all the big aces and whatever random bluffs Milo has, like Queen 10 offsuit.
I've got a bank account.
Max gonna call. Keep all the bluffs in. King on the river.
I would appreciate that.
Jacks will be good showdown, but
I'm leaving with your money.
this river might concern him.
Thank you for your contribution.
That's fine.
Max with about 3/4 pot behind.
Yeah, if you
Action
do
on
have
Milo.
fucking breaks them back.
Does he take his 10 to showdown, or does he
Took our
bomb
money,
it
now
in?
we can't afford it.
Made one of the best ribeyes I've ever made.
475?
I just baked it actually. Yeah. I'm on the grill right now because I live in an apartment complex, so I had to sell my fucking smoker and my grill.
Those are 475.
Really bad.
I mean, like,
Those
when
about
I
half
do
pot saying, I've got a king,
So,
pay
like,
me.
I
Thinking
can
that
do it
that's
on
the best path to
on
get
the
a fold
like,
out
I
of
just stick it on the
max.
stove top and then stick it in the oven.
Assuming Milo is actually bluffing here, he doesn't think he's
mean-
actually good with a pair of 10s.
Usually sets up the
Seems unlikely.
Besides that, it comes out really good, so
But that's when you know it's done.
that's
When-
how you know it's ready.
Exactly. No.
100%.
The steak starts sweating, it burns.
Max,
the
what do I
alarm
think
goes
about
off,
this?
And the steak is
It's
typically
perfect.
used rare and good to go, yeah.
That is usually how I know. I do typically try to like open a window before it actually goes off, but
They know me. Okay, thanks, Pop.
if worst case scenario is that my alarm goes off.
Just thinking about this.
I've learned that my
Chinese food.
son will just sleep through them. It's probably not a great thing, but
Does make the call. And okay, so Milo actually had 9-6. We had a misread. I think seats 1 and 2 got crossed up. We saw the 9-6 get turned over by Milo, which is an even more ambitious bluff pre-flop than Queen 10. Makes a little bit more sense that he'd keep firing, having flop top pair. Let's see, Roto Pro Poker in the chat. How are you doing?
Yeah. I ate the shit out of that.
he's over there. I'm here.
Right in our over B.
I'm gonna build a wall.
If you look at the link tree we've got in the video description, maybe there's a merch link there. I don't know if the merch link is still a thing or not. Ted, the equity apparently is set to account for the dead cards, because otherwise Queen 10 would have had more than 1% equity on that flop. Because there would have been 3 overs, which would have been more than 1% there, like 3 outs to a queen. But when you know the queens aren't there, that's how you get the 1%, because he needs the backdoor trips. I know it had been set differently in the past. Right, and there will be, it's not an infinite point glitch, it's called you super chat and you get points, which is nice. And you know, before I was doing the show, I was super chatting, show my support, and we go 4 ways to a flop of 9-3 deuce, where Aaron has flopped top pair. And another wonderful raise call affair. PJ gonna fire for 55. Tillman flatting with the 2 overs and the backdoor clubs.
Raise 225 total bet fold.
Aaron putting in the race at 225. Tillman calling. Does Tillman actually have ace jack? 6 on the turn. Does that help Tillman's cause?
Bet 175 total bet.
Aaron feeling pretty good about that 6. That's 175. Gets the call from Tillman, who rivers an ace. If Tillman has ace jack, Tillman has just gotten there on the river, which does also complete the backdoor spades. It goes check, check, and it is ace jack for Tillman. Aaron going to show the 9. Say nice river.
Wait for the river.
You just did it for Sal.
Burger. Hell yeah. Oh, no, no, no. Okay.
See, a lot of people dusted off their points on the raffle last night. See Derek in the chat. I see Alice in the chat.
I've never been there on the weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Straddle. Live 10.
I work for a company in the UK.
Right
I
there.
run our global procurement.
Straddle. What do we got? Live 10. Call.
2, 5, 10. We've got Kevin whipping his fours.
Raise. 55. Fold.
I'll give you some action. What the hell?
Go.
Aaron raising it up to 55 with the 9-8 off on the big blinds. Kevin calls.
Heads up.
We're flipping a coin. Ace, Jack 3. Fours are ahead, but fours are not going to let that flop. Goes check, check. Queen of spades does give Aaron a spade draw.
Bet. 105.
Aaron now going full pot. Kevin folding fourth pair.
Can't have any more Scott.
Oh, you're cut off now.
Oh, damn. I know, isn't that cool?
All right, so I'll take a moment to plug promos we've
I
got
mean,
going
the other
on
hat
at
was
TCH.
working out pretty well for
All
you,
this month
so.
we've got the quads of the day going on. You can check
I
what the
didn't do it.
club,
You're the one who switched
what the
hats.
quads are, and what the jackpot is.
All that matters.
Complete goals at TexasCardHouse.com. Looks like today it's quad jacks. I don't know what the jackpot is. Get the quads. 600. Kristen says 600.
That's funny.
Oh, she noticed.
Get the quads and win the money.
Thanks for reminding
Got to
me.
have a pocket pair,
Glad to
and other additional rules apply. TexasCardHouse.com for complete details. Play between 9 and 11 in the morning. You play those hours for free. Our early bird special.
Raise. 40.
You check in before 6 a.m. and you check out after 6 a.m. You get 25% off. And if you didn't know, we're on Poker Atlas now. You can sign up for waiting lists from there. You could see where we're at as far as what games are running, what the lists look like. Check that out. And of course, ladies' night every Friday, 50% off for the ladies.
Raise. 275.
See Carolyn making it 40 with the ace-5 suited. And Max calls with Jack-10 off. Milo decides to go duck hunting, pocket deuces, and Aaron feeling very frisky, going for another 3-bet squeeze with the 10-7 off. Makes it 275. Looking at Carolyn. I don't think Carolyn believes him, but apparently she does. She does fold.
Yeah. In February, whatever day that was. We were looking at the house and their power was already.
What's that?
Milo gonna fold too.
What's that? I know.
Wonder how many more times Aaron gets away with that before somebody 4-bets him.
Exactly.
You see the aggression frequency. Aaron,
I understand.
very, very aggressive.
I just wanted to, say the words. Just 'cause
Baker
it's
pretty
standard.
aggressive, but he's also had it a lot.
Not so much.
It's easy to 4-bet, 5-bet when you have aces.
Buttons in the wrong spot. Move it. So that Aaron doesn't make it $300 again.
Big ones. Big money.
All right, I'm holding it. That's binding.
Yep, yep.
If that's still a valid raise, that's fine. Oh, I double straddle, double straddle.
No, we put all three.
Double straddle live 20. There, good, good. Fold, fold. Double straddle live 20. And after straddle is 3 fold. Now we're on C1. Raise 6.
Put a shimmy in the back.
Raise to 175. Fold.
$60 raise from Milo with King Jack. Aaron 3-betting again with eights this time. He's at 175. We see a small pair get out of there.
PJ.
PJ?
Yeah.
Okay, you're adding
Another smaller pair get out of
PJ
there.
adding 100 more. Fold, fold, fold. And oh my god, I get the burger.
And Aaron gonna get another squeeze through.
Appreciate it. Very good.
You know what? I think Aaron's going to keep doing that as long as he's getting away with it. Kerry Sanders coming in with a great question. I know you're streaming from Austin tonight. Wondering what the situation is in Dallas currently. How did things go yesterday? Yesterday they had the hearing, and there was a pretty big turnout in support of TCH Dallas. And they have recessed until March 22nd, so the matter has not been fully adjudicated yet. So that's the state of things. March 22nd, that's the next key date there as far as I know. In the next few days, you should have a podcast coming out. We should have a podcast coming out on the From the Felt channel. You can check that out from our link tree, where they get into all the details about that situation, what's going on there, and stay tuned for that. So, yeah, March 22nd is where they pick that up. And we pick up this action with a very spicy flop. Carolyn with the skinny, flopping the bottom two pair. Max flopping a spade draw. Max the pre-flop opener.
I love it. Oh, he's fine. I saw him earlier. I didn't know if he was in there with us. I guess.
Max continues for 35.
Oh, man. Wow.
I imagine we get a raise from Carolyn. She needs some protection here.
110.
Is Seth in there drinking bourbon?
I gave him that 80 cents.
110 from
He said he was
Carolyn.
done working after the stream, so he said he was going to open it up and spread the wealth.
Yeah, that's good bourbon. I like it.
That's good. I like
It's good. Yeah, it's real good. I
No.
don't think it's Texas. No, it's Kentucky.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's good bourbon.
Max calling. We'll go to the turn.
Yeah, that's how it is. Have you ever heard of Bib?
Ace of clubs.
Oh, shit. So good.
I think my neighbor
Threes and deuces. Still good for Carolyn.
Knows all about it.
Perhaps slightly concerned by this turn. Max probably doesn't have 4-5 very often, but he certainly could have some pairs that have made aces up now. Carolyn goes about half pot, 150.
It's like millions, yeah. I'm sure he knows
Still getting a pretty good price and still a lot of money behind if he gets there.
425.
And going for the raise of his own, he goes to 425. Perhaps thinking exactly what I said, where he could have just made aces up.
You've been top.
Weird spot for Carolyn.
ruined a bunch of arrows. It's been hard to get the last.
Oh yeah, my apartment across the street.
He's fading a lot of rivers.
Super close.
She will not want a spade. She will also not want to see an ace or a queen. She does call. And to the river we go. And Carolyn fills up. She's going to feel pretty great about that river. Deuces full of threes, the bottomest of boats. See if Max Now goes for the river bluff. He's got about 1.4 times pot behind. Any money would be deposited straight to Carolyn. I see no planet on which she folds this river.
Okay, so I mean, I've heard good things about it, obviously.
Casamigos is really good.
Max is cutting out some bluffing
Tried
chips.
at my house.
And he bluffs to the tune of, let's see, 500. 500.
Yeah, puppy. Yeah, I moved across the street, but I still Ubered here. Still cold.
7-10.
Still want to walk.
It's cold, man.
Yeah, I don't want to walk.
Now, if you're Carolyn, the question is, do you raise or do you just call? A shove gets called probably by ace-queen, and then very possibly just sets that filled up with better boats. What do you guys think? Do you just call or do you shove here? Unless you think you're going to get heard by ace-king. He's going to call you with ace-king and shove all day. She does shove. And Max has 7 high, so Max is going to fold. And he's going to show it.
And mine on the way to here, just because same thing with 9-10. There's rarely a mystery.
If I'm Max, I'm not sure that I'm raising turn.
That was like a pretty big thing on
7 is there? No.
Him? He had 6
We'll
7.
generally
6
pick
7.
that up in the booth. They'll be like, yeah, we don't think this is what he has. If you're- It's good advertising. I say, like, bring on the bet.
It's a straddle. Live 10.
the chat bros.
Hey, 85.
Sippin' TV says he just won a big pot with pocket kings. Good for you. Nice to see our chat stacking chips. As long as they're not my chips. Oh, you ever see me out playing? Feel free to say hi. People certainly have over the past year. It's great to meet our viewers.
Call.
Tillman going for the raise with the king 10 suited. Baker calling with the suited ace. Kevin with the offsuit king 10.
Check.
Check.
665.
You want to open up?
Nobody with anything we check through. Now we have a double-paired board. Faker with a club draw.
Check. Check.
And the best hands with an ace that plays. And now he has a flush on a board where you don't really enjoy your flush that much. Your flush is a bluff catcher.
45.
And Kevin's going to bluff. Tiny bluff. He goes $45.
Raise 100.
And we get essentially a min click from Faker, who gets the fold.
Good hit.
Are you a tournament player at all? Okay, so then we haven't crossed paths that way. So they play a lot.
Alice, thanks for hitting that like button. Still haven't done so. Please feel free to do that
They
if
got
you're
most
enjoying
of
the
them.
program.
Sure, there's definitely an
One
improvement.
nuisance, yeah.
So if I backhand you,
See 137 of you right now, and I see a lot more
Live 10.
than that
There's mics on.
watching.
They're not.
Definitely
They don't
feel
catch
free to
everything.
hit like. Totally free to do.
Good
well,
choice.
generally best to avoid that anyway.
Yeah.
What did they
Raise 30. Fold,
Mr.
fold.
Whiskey, thanks for subscribing. Always nice to grow that subscriber base. Over 42,000 strong.
Fold
see Milo raising with the 7-5 suited. That's a fun hand.
I've heard mixed reviews.
Taking a 30.
I've only ever gotten.
Jason gonna do
I've
some
only ever
tough
gotten
hunting.
one thing from that mix.
70s
It
total
was
bet.
okay.
PJ with the snowman, the pocket eights going for a small 3-bet. Makes it 70.
I had the,
Tillman gonna cold pull that in the straddle with the king 10 of diamonds.
so ordering from the, like, dinner special, where you get, like, a soup and a side, they kind of lower the
That
quality.
wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't what I got.
Milo gonna call
Like
the
a regular
inferior diamonds. And now Jason priced in the deuces. PJ's sizing was not gonna get any folds.
4 players.
No, but you could see the itty bitty little
And
fly
it
that was
didn't.
way over here.
It does got us a 4-4-3 flop where Milo has a gut shot.
The guy that owns it runs it, so it's behind us.
PJ's eights are the best at the moment.
85. Fold.
Yeah.
The guy that owns it, is that the register?
I've heard people like call
This may clear it
and
out.
try and place an order, and he either just doesn't answer
Jason
or like
could
will answer and
consider
hang up on
continuing
them.
as
We'll answer and just tell them
he's
I'm
beating
cleaning the
over
kitchen.
cards.
Heads up.
Back to
I don't know,
a
I've
wheelchair
never
at
had
this
that.
call. Now there's another 4, so they both have
That looks really
votes.
good though.
PJ's is better. 4's full of 8s.
No, it's,
As the 4's full of
it
deuces,
looks
drawing
good.
dead. Checks it over.
To be this close and like that doesn't give you.
75.
Yeah, it's
It's key.
it's like a.
And Jason gonna
It's in
bet
the park.
175 here.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to say he has quads.
Yeah,
PJ
he's probably
doesn't
like,
believe him.
sure, I'll deliver for $3. That's probably the
I
same
don't believe him
delivery
either.
fee as going like across
But I can
town.
see the cards, so
Like,
easy
oh,
for
to
me
go
to
across
say.
the parking lot? Yes. Gladly.
But hey, now they both have quads. What do you know? 4 4s.
Showdown.
PJ's 8 plays. It's gonna go check.
Whoever gets it
And
gets $5 from everybody else.
PJ's quad 4s with an 8 will win. That's the one river where Jason actually could have bluffed maybe,
Card higher than an eight.
as that 8 kicker is not very exciting.
Yeah.
You see Baker and Kevin, the 2 biggest winners so far this evening.
Pocket,
As
that's
we
the
get our
nut low.
first look at the cumulative winnings.
Although he probably
To be
told
fair,
Still
no,
got
I
a
was
lot of
gonna
poker left to
call
play,
any
almost
bet.
2 hours.
you
I
on
mean,
the
I was
river.
about to shove it. If
On
it
the-
wasn't a 4, because I thought he
But
had
I'm
a
saying on
3.
the river. If he bets river,
I'm not good enough. I drove all the way here from New Orleans just to
you
have
you
for
lose
fun.
to anything
Jill?
higher than an eight.
Yeah, but if he shoved on the river, yeah, no, I
Yeah,
have to
you
fold.
have to fold.
9 Hines good.
Like, because if he was way behind with an ace
Can't remember
king
the
or
last time I
ace
saw quads on board.
whatever.
Is it like 10? Counterfeited so
No,
hard.
before the fourth 4.
Yeah.
And obviously, you're not holding both there.
Call like 10, fold, fold.
Sneak up on it instead of like trying to go like this.
Milo just calling with the ace jack. We've seen
Fold.
a lot of raising. Now he just calls with the ace jack. I think we have the live 10 on again.
Raise.
Carolyn will raise her button with
I've always wanted to do
the dominated queen
Oh,
jack.
man, what a
Carolyn makes
name.
it
Alright, so
40.
the button raise at 40, exposed.
Oh,
Eight
you
of
call,
spades,
you
6
limped?
of diamonds.
I did.
Bribe to keep it a secret.
So long as you're not going to back raise there.
And then seat 1 calls for 40.
I love it.
Heads up.
We go heads up after Milo calls.
866.
Check.
5-3-3. Check. Now Milo does have a gut shot to go along with the best hands. Carolyn
Oh.
needs a queen.
Do you know like the stats on
Get
hitting
that far?
9-3?
I don't think I want
But
it.
we don't. Milo puts
I
up
just
a
think you have like juice.
$25
and it's
teaser
good.
bet and
1346.
Queen high.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jing Long. XING.
That's okay.
Yeah, and that was a letter.
Yeah, if you order something, I might get something too.
I get a commission.
I mean, Aaron should get a little piece too. He's been talking it up.
I've been plugging that place.
Cameron Andrews says he loves tuning in. Well, we love having you here. Thanks for coming by. Be sure hit like if you haven't done so already.
Favorites are the
And enjoy the show.
the sesame chicken, those are really good, and then the combination romaine,
You see
really good.
Jason
Well,
making it 4 with the ace 6 suited.
They're fixing to place an order if you want something.
Kevin calling with his 9s.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Dude, don't
Watch the
spill
wine, watch
wine,
the
don't
wine.
spill the wine.
Still, I'll fuck up the
Carolyn
table.
is going to three bet this time.
Total bets 180. Fold.
I was like, is that
Makes
Fred?
it 180 with the misread.
It is 180 total bet.
Dude, my mom's dead, that's fucked up.
Fold.
No way.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Both my parents. I'm old as dirt.
The hat keeps you young though.
Okay, cool, a rocket. Why so much?
Jason getting out of the way with that very
It sounds
weak
like she
ace
doesn't,
holding.
she doesn't want any callers, is what it looks to me.
Do you want to find out?
Ooh, it smells like Jack's is what it smells like.
Hear my
Look
name?
at everybody start something.
Do you have Jack?
No.
He only smells General Small.
Oh, there it is, there it is.
Kevin facing a 3-bet. Does have the odds to set 9.
Those
But
needed.
instead,
I don't know
he's
where
going to
you're
have
going.
Needles weren't coming.
I
open
mean,
casket
you were
card
ahead. I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Give me those cards.
he's going to look over the 9s. Bit too tight.
See you later.
Oh, see, she's lying. She was gonna.
No, you were
The
ahead.
thing is,
I did
you
not
want
have a
10
pick,
to 1
so-
implied odds when you're going to,
Ace Jack?
like when you're going to set 9. In other words, you can get 10x the money you put in on later streets. Which he definitely had there. Ragnar Overby wondering who spills their drink first, Carolyn or
Mine
AA1.
was not suited.
Okay, 1 in the
And not
chat
a
if
pair,
it's
so you were
Aaron,
both ahead.
2 in the chat if it's Carolyn, 3 in the chat if you want to take the field. Personally, I hope for option 4, which is nobody spills their drink on our nice
If the
table.
hand was over right then and there, you were ahead. Without a
Oh,
doubt.
damn.
Fold.
Shame on me. I am such a nit. Kevin, fucking Texas nit.
Raise.
Carolyn opening the king deuce suited.
Now on the button. Button calls.
Ace of 35.
You ever play bingo?
PJ's got her pipped with the ace deuce. Gonna call.
Time to call number.
Tillman's gonna call.
Somebody can say it, somebody
You
can
get the avalanche. It goes call, 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 call.
Oh, you really have
Now
a lot of
everyone
advantage
gets
on
placed
it.
in.
It's just
After I
gonna
heard
sneak
Aaron
up
say
on-
it's 1 in
gonna
a
sneak
1,000,
up
like
at
200, you're probably good.
What?
It's gonna sneak up on you, and it'll be at a moment when you've
Aaron
forgotten that we're even playing the game, and
ace
someone else
three.
will announce it.
Which is somehow the best hand.
Or you'll
Just
have it,
calls.
and you'll remember when
No
you're
squeeze from him this
Yes,
time.
I do.
1,700.
Absolutely.
10-5-3.
Check. Check.
Aaron's got bottom pair. Tillman's got top pair, which is the best at the moment. And PJ with the gut shot. Checks all the way to Tillman, who makes it 80.
I had $14
Aaron
in my
gonna
pocket.
fold.
Carry 1,000.
Having 2 players behind
Perfectly
him.
reasonable.
Like, what am I gonna do with this? Take it home?
Okay, he's adding $1,014.
I still have, Venetian
Fold.
chips.
Fold. Now we're on the
He was trying to make his stack look bigger. That's what she said.
Over to PJ, who has an over, and a gut shot, and a backdoor
Yeah.
in the form of diamonds.
fold.
And is going to fold.
Somebody could have
I'm
it.
just playing for the button.
Hell yeah.
That was nice.
Oh, perfect.
So look at these votes.
He had the best hand. It's okay.
I mean, I had
A lot of the money seems to be coming in on Carolyn.
I
See a couple of
I had
people
a lot of
taking the
backdoors.
field.
I had
I see
ace
Joel, I
deuce
see
tonight.
Ted
had
taking the
garbage
field.
and no backdoors. So.
Mitchell thinks it'll be Aaron.
I wouldn't pay.
Miles, I might have to hit you up for
Is that what it costs?
It was $35.
Ragnar will be predicting that PJ will be the drunkest, but also never lets go of his cup.
What
So
kind of
Is it cab?
It's California, right?
Hey, Aaron.
I don't do wine. My mom's a wino though.
Side
Probably
bet
wine.
$1 for every fly. Man, come on with that.
What?
With my
That's
Chinese food. I mean,
two?
2 for the price of 1.
I go through the buffet line.
Or it looks like two.
Maybe,
We're even getting predictions on how it's gonna fold.
No, he killed the fly, which is way better.
What are you throwing a bluff?
Dude, good job.
Oh, the cat's screaming at us that we need cup
You're our
holders.
savior.
Like, we do have
Oh, it's on him.
tables with wheels on them that
I saw the
we'll
pro.
bring over to the table. We just haven't done that for some reason.
Raise. Oh,
Alright,
sorry,
wait.
sorry,
We see a
sorry,
few
raise.
cup holders in use over on table 10,
Okay, raise. The button raised.
which is not used by any players at the moment.
Did he already do that?
It is the table you see behind seats 8 and 9.
Small blind. Oh shit.
I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah, you need a
Thomas, Sophie, how's Milo doing? You can find out next time we see the cumulative graphics.
And a call.
Like, he's run into it a couple of times where he's had aces cracked or he's had a bluff that hasn't worked out. We'll go 3 ways to a flop of queen, 5 deuce, couple of diamonds. Tillman's bottom pair is the best hand. Over to Max, who has the over and the back doors. And makes it 65 out of third pot. Gets the folds. A little surprised Tillman didn't peel there.
This is yummy.
Closing the action.
It's got,
It's fucking delicious.
but it's not peaty though. You're welcome. It's fun. I know, Aaron, you like the peaty.
The what? The what?
He likes it real smoky.
I don't. That's why I really
don't
like
either.
this. This
I
is
love
perfect.
it.
This
This
is
has got the
like,
perfect balance. to
yes.
me.
Usually when people say scotch, I'm like,
This
too
is
much
just
smoke
a
flavor.
regular-
Don't like it.
Yeah.
This tastes delicious. So I'm
Have
very
you not had regular
What you're saying, you're thinking
12-year-old
about mixing
Blue Lemon?
good. No, I have. Well, I usually just stay away from it because
You know what? If those chips did get
like,
dunked,
every
that's probably not
scotch
the worst
I
place
have,
they've ever
I like
been.
'cause it's
That's
always
how I see it.
So,
Well, this is just a regular old Blue Lemon.
yeah.
And
no, it's very
queens for
good.
Carolyn.
He's gonna make it. It's
Oh,
a.
you got cards.
Raise the 40.
I'm sorry. I should have tamed.
She made it 40.
Alright, it's a fold after the raise.
DJ raced back to fold his jack 3.
Call 40.
Someone calling with the king jack off,
Button call 40.
which invites Max to call, which invites Milo to call, which I'm sure invites Aaron to just fold.
Oh, shit.
I
It raise.
Big
I
Rich
should've
raising.
made that
He's
five.
got jacks. He's
125
pipped.
total bet.
But he is going to go for the squeeze at 325. And Jason's got ace queen. This is a potential 4-bet candidate. We'll see if he decides to go for the 4-bet or let it go. I don't know that he cold calls here,
I don't know why I grabbed him. Handling cards.
especially when you're going to take the flop a million ways offsuit, out of position. And with the aggression level we've seen at this table and with the VPIPs we've seen at this table, I could get behind 4-betting here. It's not going to work, but I could get behind 4-betting.
Walktail.
They have some wines that are aged in whiskey barrels.
Wine and whiskey barrels?
Or even the other way around.
Yeah, but that's not a. It's just like a type of.
He's
like,
reaching for
different
chips.
Barrel. It's not like.
He's just going to call.
Oh, it's a barrel that had whiskey in it.
He's going to call, and he's going to try and hit an ace, and he's going to also hope he doesn't get 4-bet, which Carolyn could well do here, holding queens. She's going to be suspicious of that call.
Broth bomb.
Broth. The most unflattering word for a cocktail.
Well, the broth bomb is taken. So broth bomb is these coffee machines in the back.
And we do get the 4-bet from Carolyn.
50 is total bet. Fold, fold.
Carolyn making it 850.
I meant the actual broth bombs. That would
He's
be
going to
Oh,
make
yeah,
it
that's
back over to
just a
Baker. Milo's going to
Total
fold.
bet is 800.
This would be, yeah, he's going to fold. Let's see what Faker does here. You 3-bet the jacks, and you don't even get through one player. The Straddle cold calls you. And then the initial early position raiser goes for the 4-bet. Jacks feel disgusting here.
Tillman chicken broth?
Yeah, it's not great.
It's gross.
And he does fold the jacks. Now Jason's going to close the action here. 525 into a pot that's going to be 2,100. He may feel priced in here.
That's gotta be nasty.
Really bad.
All that salt.
And the worst part was that my buddy chugged it. Oh. And that machine makes a hop.
Imagine if he went for the 5-bet shove.
He just like slammed it like over with the
The thing is, if he calls, he's going to have half pot behind,
swallow. Mine was like, oh, like that's
which is not a great feeling either.
pounded it down.
Was he choking?
At some point, you
No,
think
he
your
survived.
body would say it's hot.
Did you say did he die?
I think this is shove or folds. I don't like a call here, especially out of position. I think this is a shove or a fold. What do you all think in the chat? Not that that matters, because Jason actually did call. So, heads up to a flop. Jason wants an ace. Jason gets an ace. And all the queens are accounted for, so he gets the check mark. I imagine this is going to be a check call off if Carolyn shoves.
I didn't see any tequila in there.
No, we probably don't have to do it, so maybe we could do like a new kind of thing.
Carolyn eyeing up what's behind.
Sounds like bearable.
Oh, with
Dude, I
that
said bearable.
No, but I mean, it's
I don't think
not great, and I don't think swapping shotguns would change the effect.
Well, like I imagine like a nice like Mexican tortilla. You need both of them. With like a tequila cocktail.
Your mind is trying to find some source of goodness in all of this, and they just
You get a line.
Carolyn at 600, which is effectively going to put Jason in
I
if
don't
this
think
chip
that would
hands
make it
right.
better, honestly.
I don't think it would either, but you probably.
Raise on.
Jason shoves. Carolyn 600 into a pot that's going to be 4,600. Would have to call. I mean, this is going to feel really, really disgusting. But
Okay, this is right here, 1,000.
problem is, she's priced herself into a call here.
I mean, I can't fold, obviously.
Total is 1246.
Official count is about
Good fight.
1,200.
I've had numerous
Carolyn
massages.
Wait, we're gonna
talking about running it twice.
run it twice.
Yeah, I'll run it.
We're gonna run it
You're
twice.
probably not gonna.
What do we got?
What do you have,
Hey,
ace queen?
Kristen, we're gonna run it twice.
I believe they're going twice. Twice is nice, but
Running it twice.
no chance for Carolyn here. We know that.
Is that you?
No,
Deuce and a king.
no, you called 850.
She needs a queen that doesn't exist.
And it doesn't matter. You win. Nice hand.
Well, I figured you know.
And
No,
trips
you're
on the
right.
second board for Jason.
I sure would like to know what you have. Guess we'll find out
Unfortunate
later.
spot for Carolyn.
No,
Oh, you
I had
told me.
queens.
Oh,
I had
I'm sorry.
queens.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. What was it?
It is 12.
Jason going to stack a giant pot here. As we hit the halfway mark here on the show.
Last time I checked, my dick is not located on my shoulder.
Gonna get the chips counted. We're gonna get him shifts over Jason's way. F's in the chat for Carolyn.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Medium, but like a little more than medium. I'll let you know.
As my grandpa would say, I didn't come here to get a haircut. Whatever that means.
Just made you cry.
So that definitely qualifies as fireworks. Really hate that ace on the flop when
The double straddle?
like when the action goes that way. You really hate that ace.
Straddle 10, the double straddle live 20.
But on the other hand, if Jason has kings, you could actually get kings to fold sometimes.
Fold, raise,
If
45.
you just stick it in.
Tillman getting into action.
Fold.
I think we have a live 20 on. We have a raise to 45 from Tillman.
Fold, fold. Yep, 45 total bet. Call.
Jason putting his newly acquired chips to work, calling with the 6-5 of diamonds. And Caroline with the 3-2 is going to go to a flop.
3 players.
Ace Jack 9.
Bet. Total bet's 90.
Tillman going to c-bet it to the tune of $90. This will get through because neither of his opponents has anything.
Fold.
And they both fold. Whatever Tillman had, it was good enough.
Thank you.
Andrew Voden blocking. Andrew Voden dropping in the chat.
No, you're good. No, you're up, Kevin. You
Tilt
don't
dirty
need to
type
do
of
it.
ball. Yeah,
And Carolyn.
No, Kevin
Might
needs
be
to
a-
lose a
might
hand
be
to
steaming
Carolyn.
just a little bit there.
I don't like that.
Me?
Creek is offsuit totally
I thought he said
not a necessary defend there.
I thought that when they get food came, he said Kevin Pin.
It's a straddle, life 10.
So I would like
It's the kind of hand where when you get there, you're likely to either win a small pot or lose a big one.
because we have
Apart from when we saw it make a boat, or maybe it was 4 deuce, we saw it make a boat
Raise.
and then
Face to me.
collect a bunch of money from an inferior hands.
We're good with here.
Couple limp smacks with the ace king,
Sounds really good.
making it
I
65.
know, that looks really good.
It ain't no general, it's just,
Which is different.
I mean, you articulated a big
I
dodge.
expect you.
I can't even begin to.
I feel like that's what I'm being swayed by. It feels
Calling
so
the
exotic now.
65 with the 9-7, and Carolyn calling with the queen 8 off,
I was like, oh,
with players behind her who could well limp re-raise. And Carolyn's looking to play some hands and get some of those chips back.
Can you check?
But I don't think she'll be getting them back this time. Max does have top pair, top kicker. Easily the best hands.
Put through the ringer.
Bet. 125 still bet.
Max makes it 125. This should just clear him out.
Miss Gary.
Oh, is that me?
And it does
It's in
just
the
that.
parking lot. Like, you don't have to leave the parking lot.
Let me do it.
Just trek your car over there or pay $3 and they'll walk it over for you. I'll pay the $3 if that's. He just doesn't want to make a phone call.
yeah, I'm like, I have to call somebody again. Just like, no, dude,
That was very simple.
Oh, you can? Yeah.
Let's see. Someone in the chat asking, how's the game been? I'd say pretty great. It's definitely worth watching back the first 2 hours of this show afterwards if
Straddle, life
you
10.
didn't get the chance to see that. We had a real doozy of a hand just about 5-10 minutes ago
Do the Atkins diet or
we don't care about the details.
where we saw a pot of over $4,000.
if you want any mo with this action.
You said that about your mother?
No, I think
Is that why you cut your hair?
Max
about
making
that mom.
40
She
with the
is
queen jack
deceased.
offsuit.
I would have problems.
110.
Whoa.
Faker going for the 3-bet with the 6-4. And is once again not even going to get through one player. Jason with the ace-king this time.
Are you trying to do that forever? Or are you
I
like,
think we have a 4-bet incoming here.
We'll see, but like, I knew that I wanted to go back. I did it before.
But what do I know? He flats. I think he's trying to trick me.
It's amazing how this
He somehow knows what I'm going to say 15 minutes in the future and does the other thing.
I don't think it's working to my advantage. No, normally I'm very level-headed, and I just want to smack it.
And Max is on the call, having pot odds closing the action.
Well, here, give that to me. Right here, girlfriend.
And Max is going to flop an open ender on his 10-9 juice board. And 2 overs for Jason are the best made hands at the moment, but are the equity underdog. And Faker going to continue for 175 as the pre-flop 3-better. An adventurous choice for sure. Jason's going to fold, having one player behind him and having very little beyond his overs.
I started incorporating fish about a year ago.
Max gonna call. And Max going to turn the nuts with the magical 8 of spades. Check, check. The 10's going to pair on the river. Not quite the nuts anymore, but Max probably feeling pretty good about this. I see him betting and then being disappointed when Faker folds his 6 high.
Yeah, like the sword is spending half or chickens or like live.
I mean, I don't think any of that is
380 is the total bet.
380 for Max. Reasonable sizing and gets the quick fold.
Give me that button. I need some good action.
Ragnar Overby saying, well, at least the way Carolyn's running, she's got to spend more time back here to make it out.
Tillman, Straddle elected.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, but you got to spend a lot of time in this booth to make up for that pot. Unless they're paying her way, way more than me.
That was from Al Gore's mom, who invented
Way more. Like, there's not enough super chats in the world to make up for that pot.
Raise 40.
Max with the kings now, making it 40.
Oh
No!
The 9 Triz of Hearts. Do we have the 9 Triz on? The game is on. The 9 Triz of Hearts. If you have the 9 Triz, you just got to turn it over. Everybody's got to pay you $100. And Faker has just won with the 9 Triz of Hearts.
If they don't see the hand, then you don't pay.
Wait, but then you've got a lot of gray area of like, oh, he was like right there.
If you're in,
No, it's not great. Listen, all right, hold up.
Well, I agree with Aaron. You have to be at the
I know
table.
this is controversial because you're getting paid in this moment, but like,
And
if you had walked
somehow,
to the bathroom and didn't see
Max got kings and got no action, and he's lost money. How the hell does that work? Think about that. Like, that pot, he won like $30 from the blinds, but he's got to throw 100 over to C3 because of the 9 Triz. That's a bad beat.
No, I agree that if you're not at the table, you're not winning nor losing.
That's a bad beat.
Oh, who had it?
Pour one out for Max.
Bobby? Did I ban?
They're giving you a pass.
well, you didn't see
What?
you didn't see your hand, so I'm saying that the people that don't see their hand, which is not going to be very often, right? We mostly see our hands, but you didn't have a chance.
Cameron, good luck in that MTT that you fired up.
It's up to you. If your
Hopefully keep climbing.
conscience says you should pay, then you should.
Yeah, no, that is.
I just
Tripling up is a good start.
rule that if you're in, it doesn't
Hopefully it keeps going. There was one time I fired one online where I had 5 starting stacks within 10 minutes because people did some really crazy
It
stuff.
wasn't discussed beforehand.
That was not.
And then I went very card dead. I ended up not cashing that
If you
tournament.
do pay him, but we have an issue now with like his jack and you know.
No, I think that's a
9-3
personal.
of hearts was dealt to this man. You guys weren't here, so you guys either have to pay him 100, 50, or something in between. But it's up to you. I
we
say
agree that if you're not
that you don't have to if you don't want to.
fuck that, 75. Who hit it?
There you go.
No, I think we should make it a black and white.
Yeah,
Clean
yeah.
clubs for Aaron, making
After
it
this,
40.
no, this is the moment where we make it black and white.
Yeah,
I
fuck it,
agree.
black and white.
Alright, so it's,
$100
yeah.
I pay.
Oh,
as soon
yeah.
as
Aaron
you
raised
like,
the
I
Oh,
wasn't
if
here,
he
you
paid,
were
now I have to
Now
pay.
you
So
are
now it's clear. Even if you're not at the table,
Alright.
you're paying it.
But that should mean even if you're not at the table and it hits, we're on the live stream. See, that's the difference.
No,
See,
but
that's where
if you're up from the table, like you're still part of the game. Like responsibility for being up from the table and like missing out on a potential 9-3, like that's on you. I think it's just easier to make it a black and white.
Yeah, me, you, and
Also with the live stream, they can get the cards wrong. Like the hand that me and Max played
And
together, where he had jacks.
PJ and Max both call PJ with the trips, Aaron with the gut shot.
oh, I
Oh
tried.
yeah, so yeah, 3 players, check.
Jack 3 can be a winner sometimes.
Hey. Alright, bet.
The 30?
Total bet's 30. Yep.
You didn't need
Bet's
that.
30.
Aaron continues for 30.
Hey, 75.
Miles,
Fold.
slightly nicer plastic.
PJ clicking it up to $75.
Oh, you're
Go.
I didn't know if they were gonna have like.
Aaron gonna feel priced in, so try and hit a 10.
I didn't want to.
Does not. It's a 3 of diamonds, which is another diamonds,
You're either in my bag or.
Yeah.
which
Check.
I imagine is gonna shut things down. Check.
Flush or jack? Can you spread that for me, please? Thanks, balls.
That a girl, don't you party pop, hell that.
There's a bet on the stream right now that I'm gonna spill it.
I'm going for a reload. Let's go AA, Ron.
I bet 400.
PJ overbetting this river, going 425,
So much.
and Aaron folding the king high. PJ showing what he's got.
Thank you so much, Frank. Appreciate
How
it.
many boats are you gonna show us when there's shit cars, man?
Very good. I got some whites.
I see Milo's been a lot more willing to take his hand to showdown
Give me
now.
some, man. Come on.
I got 20.
Some of these other
Come on,
players.
PJ. Give me some.
I lost $100. Oh, my bad.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm not taking that on the plane to dinner.
Yeah, you got a new dealer.
Saturday.
15, y'all. It's all 15.
God damn.
I have a dealer change. We're going to see
High roller.
cumulative winnings.
I mean, why not?
Aaron, Milo, and Carolyn both stuck 4 figures right now.
Yeah, a bunch of people
Kevin
were gone for that.
Faker almost chasing up 4 figures.
Instead of train to,
Some definitive movement for everybody.
So 9-3 in
instead
the
of 30 minutes, the dealer change every hour,
Well, yeah, it's always been every hour on the
huh? On
stream.
the street.
Nobody just sort of stuck in neutral, which can be the most painful.
Come on, man. There's courtroom here.
How much do I have to raise to get you to fold any of your bullshit?
Gonna have another bomb
Nothing.
pot.
You
Looks like a
can't. I'm
$15.
sorry.
I
Told you I came
Single
here to
board
play.
kilo bomb
I
pot.
drove all the way from New Orleans.
just for
With a
Yeah,
shitty
just for
cards, one
tonight.
board.
I texted Seth and he was like, yeah, I got a
Only
seat. And I was
two.
like, fuck it, why
One
not?
board
Mardi
on
Gras.
stream.
You're a Harris, bro.
Out on the main floor, it's usually 2.
No, I actually like live on the road. I just play wherever I want and have fun.
Dude,
Make videos.
do you document those? Do you document those journeys?
Not sure who's in the
Yeah,
box here.
I am
but
currently in the process of like
Joe,
starting a
we've got
vlog.
Joe in the box here.
Gotta take over Brad Owen one day.
Gonna give these cards for the bomb pot.
Another newbie.
4 cards to every player, and then we're gonna go to a flop.
My name's
And
TCH
this graphic will go away at some point.
PJ.
For everybody who wanted to see the cumulative winnings, there you go.
He is
He
in
is
poop.
in
King Jack 10 Rainbow, Tillman with top pair on the cut shot.
pocket anything.
Milo with just bottom pair.
Am I wrong?
No,
Exactly.
Taka.
And we've got Aaron firing here. Looks like almost pot,
Checky.
which is the limit in pot limit Omaha. And Aaron has the nuts. Has flopped Broadway. In at 105.
No, I definitely didn't win.
Jason calling
No,
with
no, no.
middle
Jason
set.
won the second round. I haven't won any of them.
But didn't you get tangled up with him in that?
No, I
So we
folded
know
the
Aaron's going to be
wrap.
fading a board pair.
He folded 10-5.
Folded that. Tillman said
God, how do y'all remember all this shit?
Because only Tillman
we're not
pulled
old.
10-5.
Yeah, accident.
PJ looking at his cards.
Folded 10-5.
I knew I had a 10, I forgot I had a 5.
We are not looking at PJ's cards as they have not scanned.
Oh, I did. But here,
Where we be?
TJ's trying to figure out how he's gonna fucking backdoor.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta figure out if I want to fucking just risk it for the biscuit or if I want to. I know I fucking got some luck with you. I've been sucking out like crazy.
TJ wishing he could have played, but not playing. Not sure what's stopping him. I mean, not much has stopped him tonight. Axis calling with mystery hand. 4 of hearts will give Jason a jack high heart draw to go along with the middle set, which really in a pot pot, a set feels like a drawing hand. Drawing to a boat. Aaron still has the nuts and goes 425. So again, pretty much pot. Has enough of this that he could continue. We see he has 46% equity. He doesn't know that. When facing a pot-sized bet, you only need to win a third of the time to break even. Presumably he's going to feel great about a board pair. He'll feel okay about a heart. It won't be the nuts. I think he would definitely rather see the ace of hearts. Like if it's going to be a heart, he'd love to see an ace of hearts hit. And Jason will fill up on the end. Jack's full of 4s. And Aaron checks it over, and Jason only losing at this point to kings or 4s that backdoored quads on him. So I imagine he goes for some value here. If Aaron had kings, he's probably still betting. Jason makes it 1,000 and gets the snap call. And Aaron more or less saying, nice river, buddy. Maybe not quite as diplomatic.
Oh man, when I was bad, I just run bad all in a row. 4 to base jack.
Makes you feel any better.
These,
I felt like my mom.
yeah, these bomb pots will make and break your session. And
That's from your
karma,
mama.
bro.
I think we just saw that
My
here.
mama called and said,
God damn.
Wow. Let me pour you some scotch.
And back to Holden. 2-5. No straddle because he isn't here. Bummer, Milo had jacks, but he doesn't get to play the jacks because he's not at the table. I think he could have had jacks in the straddle. He could have stuck it in Aaron's face after Aaron opens with his 3s. You could, the hands you could even fold from that position. Instead, Aaron's going to win $7. beginning of the rebuild. Jeez, 8 pips now. Everybody's well above that Lahti line. In all fairness, even I'm above the Lahti line usually. I'm the Lahti.
Anybody wants some scotch?
Usually closer to 20%. But you know what? What happened back in the early days, I was particularly cards at a couple of sessions, and our friend Steam Tola, who you just heard in this booth a week ago, decided 15% is the Lahti line, and it caught on.
No.
He would have fucked me over.
GP Hewell wondering why Milo gets cards when he's not playing. That's because the live stream game is an auto post game, so whether you're at the table or not, your blinds would be posted, and so you always get a hand, just like in a tournament, actually. And that's how it works in a tournament, and that's how it works here. It just makes it a lot easier from a production standpoint. And the players know that rule prior to the start of the game, so no surprise there.
Did you have a king or?
This time Milo letting go with the 9 triz, a non-believer.
Well, then an ace doesn't help you.
I had straight.
No. It'll peel
Aaron
out.
defending
Gotta play
Straddle
your
with the
card, bro.
King 9.
Oh.
And Kevin's got Queen 10 of diamonds going the limp call route.
Probably. Unless I hit that flop.
7-6-5, top set for PJ on this somewhat
Chips
straight
alive,
board. Aaron with the cut shot.
55.
2,000, right? Yeah, 2,000. That is 55.
Over to PJ. Makes it 55. Aaron going for the check raise, holding 2 overs and a gut shot. Unfortunate timing, makes it 155. PJ gonna call. This Jack of Diamonds turn will be pretty safe for him.
Chips, a live stream.
Aaron gonna continue the story. Aaron goes all in for about 1.5x pot. And I was surprised PJ didn't just beat him into the pot. He's only losing to like 9-8, 4-3. If he's got it, he's got it. You got a set, just stick it in.
556.
Call 4-3 with that.
What?
It's only 556. It's even less than that. This is an easy call, at least in my opinion.
No, I actually don't think so.
I'm pretty sure.
With
It's close to
the
zero.
ranges we've seen from PJ this evening,
Two, that should
I'm
be
actually
three,
kind of
right?
surprised that
How much is the
the pot hasn't been pushed and we're not dealing the next hand already.
Oh, you have chips on the other side. I can see. Oh, it is more than that.
I think a little over 56. Round number 6.
PJ's counting out those chips.
Well,
Over 1,000, yeah.
I'm gonna add on 13.
You're not on? 1,300?
He's got like 64.
Seat 5.
Add on this. Oh.
Total.
We're not gonna tell. Those ones,
Get that shit in play, girlfriend.
screw you. Give me some of my chips back from the beginning.
Well, I probably will.
I hope so.
Hopefully not. I'm giving you plenty of chips every time. Yeah.
It's like literally 8-9.
PJ, still thinking about it? I'm also assuming that these cards were scanned correctly, which never 100% guaranteed.
I got pocket 7s.
He does call. About time.
Yeah. It's like $500.
I mean, I don't like to put people on blast, but this feels like a net roll. And PJ fills up on the river.
I think you have 8-9.
He could have 8-9, but you know what? If he does, he
I need
does.
the board to pair.
You got a set, man.
Wow.
Did he drive here from New Orleans? I have no idea where he's from, Patrick Kai. And Squire, that white line is actually not a hard betting line. Just part of the table design. TCH back in the day had a hard betting line, but we haven't had one in years here.
I mean, literally last time I was here, I got stacked 7s versus 8s. And I just...
He's recalling a previous stacking, apparently, where you know what happens? Sometimes he gets stacked. John Taggart says he'll be coming to Austin next month. Can't wait to stop by TCH. I don't think I'll be in town the days that you're going to be here, unfortunately. Which is a real bummer because, like, St. Patrick's Day is a Thursday, which is a stream night, and I would totally be down for some sort of Irish-related stunt, being Irish. Or at least being partially Irish. But I don't believe I'll be around.
If it was 10,000, I could understand taking 20 seconds.
That was,
Yeah, with a
that was a
set.
mistake on my part.
20 seconds.
Top set on the flop.
To me, it is.
Aaron, that was a mistake on my part.
See what's Aaron got behind. Graphics say that Aaron is 2,000 behind.
30.
So many 32.
I don't think Aaron enjoyed that. Faker calling his straddle with the 9 triz. Faker versus Carolyn. 8-6-6. Queen high, good for Carolyn. Goes check, check.
I expected it to be better.
The jack doesn't change anything. Faker needing a 9 or a 3.
I mean, I'm not like a fan.
And
I learned the
he'll
trick.
go no
Aaron.
further with the
Play garbage.
9 triz.
You didn't show us your card.
I would buy that bottle.
Oh, I also had queen high there, but
Okay, sounds like a set over set situation in the previous encounter. According to David Dreyfus, there was 8s versus 7s. It's one of those spots where he's got it, and sometimes you lose. Easy for me to say, I'm a tournament player, where I say sometimes you lose a lot. You do a lot of losing when you play tournaments. Look at my hands and map. Look at how many first places I have on hands and map.
Clean right now, bro. Let's go.
so why can't you just gotta.
If I think he has 8-9 or like...
Even I think the score was in first place, which would imply that I lost. At least at some point I lost. And that's just part of the game.
Raise 50.
Kevin limping in with the 9-8 off.
125.
Carolyn making it 50, and PJ immediately making it 125 with the mystery hands. And Milo with the ace-king is going to make it even more than that. It's going to be 350 from Milo.
How much? 350.
Quick fold from Carolyn. Still don't know what PJ has, but it is good enough. King 7-7 top pair for Milo.
Check.
PJ checks it over. Milo continuing for 150. Little tiny C bet. Quick call from PJ. 8 on the turn.
Bet 425.
Milo going at a third pot, 425. Another call from PJ. Wonder if he's got a king or if he's got a 7 just taking him for a ride. 9 of clubs. Should be another fairly harmless river. Milo with just half pot behind. either check or shove, I imagine.
I'll just whatever you're ordering. If that's what you're gonna get.
How much?
Milo's all in. And if PJ had a 7, I imagine he would snap, but then again, maybe he wouldn't, given recent experience.
$9.90 all in.
It's a 990 all in for Milo. I bet the graphics had him heavy $100 because of the 9 Triz bounty that we saw earlier tonight.
I know it's my go-to.
Still don't know what PJ has.
Do it.
Chipotle Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, okay.
The spicy chicken chipotle. Anybody want anything from there?
Can I look real quick?
Yeah. Wait, what are you ordering? Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesecake,
Cheesecake Factory? I probably got it.
Somebody heard that from across the room.
Cheesecake Factory? Yeah. Yeah, I get. What? You're obsessed with it.
I know, every
Dude,
time.
I love their pasta
Can't
in
stop
He
it.
really thinks it's King Queen.
It's like the most like anti thing I would ever pick too. Like it's so
That's why you
like
do when you're here.
Still don't
because
think it's King 7, which would be an
wife
even
is
nittier
so
knit roll than the last time.
Look at the Applebee's raffle. Look at the sirloin steak with some A1.
I know we'll be thinking King 9.
There's not many good apples.
I mean, I imagine PJ's beat here. If he's good after this tank, if he's good, I'd be disappointed to have seen that again.
Alright, I'm gonna add this on here. It's $10 on here.
Yeah, whatever. Just add those. You already added the card?
That's why we're speculating 10s.
Anybody else? Anything?
What bluffs do you have on this board is the real question then. Mitchell thinks queens.
Alright, I'm gonna call clock.
Clock on live stream.
Yeah. It's been a while.
And I believe we've just had a clock call.
I'm down with that.
I just figured it'd be
Getting
done by the time
confirmation, we
it's
do
over.
have a clock call. Floor's gonna come over, PJ's gonna have about 30 seconds, and then his hands will be dead if he doesn't act.
That's really
30
good.
seconds. I will count down.
It's really
Last
good.
5 seconds for you. Any less time your hand will be considered dead. Timer starts now.
Spicy stuff is a little bit sweet. The sauce is kind of sweet. But it comes with a big
PJ is on the clock.
in the middle and there's got chicken on one side and shrimp on the other side. It's pretty good. Want to try it? Alright.
It's delicious.
So it's like $22 with
And PJ calls. And he spills his drink! PJ spills his drink right on the scanner. PJ has ace king, chop it up. Ace king and a spill. Party foul. Party foul. For those of you in the chat, the payout is going to be 0, but it's going to be on option 3, which was the field. We'd asked earlier tonight, is it Aaron or Carolyn who's going to spill first? I offered the field as an option, and that would be seemed to be the ticket that hit. We got a spill, and we are cleaning this up, and we are hoping the scanner still works.
69 need to be on the table, guys.
I'm being told from the future that the scanner does continue to work, thankfully.
anyone else? I'm good.
I already did it.
Aaron, you want it? No, you're good.
We get 6 for $2.
Radical.
Extra 7.
This should just be one.
I don't think I'm folding ace king there. The way that line went, like I think I'm just reluctantly calling.
The white term.
Albert Mattia, our friend Albert, we've seen him on the stream many times, would like to take PJ out back and have a word with him. Outback, I mean, hey, he'd, and, you know, if you like steak, I mean, Outback sounds pretty good. I'm actually not a steak guy myself.
All right. Moving on.
Skullbone had PJ as the spiller. Very true. For a half pot bet, I'm not folding ace king. And I'm the New York nit here. Like, I'm the freaking New York nit. And I'm calling.
Double strap.
I don't know. I'll play the.
Alright, so if we split the $10 delivery fee, let's see if it still works or like 14 or 15 years. Both you and I are in.
The cleanup continues, and he's just going to look at his cards.
Raise. 55.
You guys good?
In addition to drawing the table, we also don't want to mess up these cards. Look what PJ has. Guess what hand he has? That's familiar. He's got ace king.
You're good? You want
Not
to
for
play
this
yours?
amount.
Once again,
I'm gonna confirm Sunday.
Max rebets it to 150. This time Max with a mystery hand. Maybe he has a mystery ace king this time. Maybe we've turned the tables.
I'm so sorry, boss.
Yeah.
It's my fault, though, and I know the rule.
I just don't know how many times I said you're gonna take liquid for it.
It's really good.
Does it still work, or you can't tell yet?
I don't know. I haven't went back there yet.
And we are going to have a heads up flop here. Assuming PJ calls, he did call. 10-10-6. PJ with 2 overs. We don't know what Max has got.
We're gonna just.
Yeah, sorry, boss.
I think I'm gonna try to get.
Max continuing for 130. PJ calling. There's the jack, so PJ now with a gut shot. Deuce on the end after the check turn. PJ going for the small $105 bet on the river, which may work here. Max does fold. He does have the ace-3, so ace-king was actually ahead the whole time. Let's see. Yeah, Albert, I know what you meant when you said outback, but I just had to go with the wordplay because, I mean, really, how much material do I have to work with back here? I got to take what I can get. So we were suggesting that we troll him and tell him that he's broken everything.
Made this table become holders.
Oh, yes, I totally concur with that.
I mean,
Pro photos would like to see rounds of times poker like they do with chess. You know, there's some high roller tournaments where they'll have a shot clock. Like usually on this show, you watch most weeks we don't have a tanking problem. This is pretty unusual. Like usually when we see a tank like they are legitimately in a tight spot. PJ with the ace-3 suited, making it 10. Tillman making it 50. We see a 9 triz get folded. And we got another heads up flop.
No.
Sunflowers too.
I mean, there's some, but it's really low.
50's bet. My bad.
No.
Looks. I mean, there are. Carolyn, be careful. That looks.
No, I've been trying to do that the whole time, but.
Sorry, call. Good price.
Need help? I can help you.
PJ called.
I'm very good at this.
And PJ's struggling to assemble his chips. I wasn't counting how many drinks he had, so you never know. Maybe there's an issue there. 8-7-6 all hearts. Nobody with a heart. Ace high is ahead. Check, check.
I don't even think that's it.
Turn pairs to 6.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Check on the river. Check, check. Ace high is going to win.
You remind me and her of her older son. He sound
chips cross it, they're mine, okay? Deal. That's binding.
Where's the line?
It's right here.
Right there.
See where that line is right there?
Don't spill yours.
Looks like Carolyn's getting territorial about where the chips go. PJ's chips get a little too close to hers, and maybe they just remain in her stack.
$10 strike.
You know, the Colorado seems a lot more fun during the pandemic than Dallas, and it was.
Oh, those are close.
Although,
That ship's fine. I am taking the first ship that
it
crosses
was
that
a
fucking
trade
line.
off though, because Colorado was much more
Just for the principle.
closed down,
I feel like she's about had her fill of him.
although there was a lot of stuff.
Oh,
That doesn't count.
how does that not count?
That is a chip faulty
It
stat.
doesn't matter. That's not my fault.
Aaron back to the aggression, making it 75 over 2 limps.
Bet is 75.
You need to clean up that train wreck over there, bro.
Someone calling with his suited ace wheel.
Every time I'd get a chip, and then you think it's dry, and then another chip.
Between them, yeah.
My Loki missed all of my chips, so if you want to like switch, it's like that like chips. That's mine.
And ace is up for Tillman, so
They'll be washing it tonight.
if Aaron decides to continue being the aggressor, it is unlikely to go well for him.
150.
Does continue pretty big, making it 150. There are a couple of clubs available.
Call.
Dallas.
Tillman just calling.
I would never say Dallas sucks.
3 on the turn.
Check.
Always have a special place in my heart, but I agree. It's not as
It's like you can't well, maybe you can do that. I don't know as well.
Shifts it over to Aaron again.
Ooh, I did
Did you
it.
get it? I don't think you did.
Show me that fly.
Where you from, man?
No.
Where you from?
Dallas.
Yeah, like what part? Like Dallas, Dallas? Oh, you?
And looks
425.
like another pot-sized bet at 425. Tillman unlikely to go anywhere with 2 pair.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of friends that went to College Bulgarian high school.
That's where I went. So actually, how old do you think you
I have no idea.
You got that shit
Yeah,
all
no.
the way up.
Dude, you got the hood, you got double mask. Nobody knows what you look like.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Wait, did you go to
1,000.
there as well?
I went to Bell.
Okay.
Tillman now going for the check raise. And now the chips pile in. I guess Aaron actually has something here. He's got the same friggin' hand as Tillman, it looks like. It looks like an ace-deuce again.
Wow.
Dude, you have a boat.
Aaron, you have a boat.
Aaron? Ace of spades, deuce of spades. Ace of spades, deuce of spades.
Boring.
Bobby.
Isn't boy Bobby. So how old is he?
Have a sip of whiskey. Come on.
Okay, so you grabbed.
At least you got all of
Wait, did you say 28?
And
Oh, look, the case deuce. They both have
I
boats.
thought you were younger.
Chop it up.
See, I graduated in 2010.
off your shit.
I know. We're gonna fucking see you right out the door.
Yeah, we probably have some music.
We're gonna have ace 10 like 100% of the time. Fucking deuce.
People suggesting various punishments for what's gone on.
I finally got, no, I have run this bad not that long ago, but I finally got off of it. Now I'm back. Bad.
Dallas, I can hardly hear a thing on my headset. I hope they didn't say that Dallas
He had
sucks.
some.
I like Dallas. Dallas is great.
It's all good, Aaron.
You can handle that.
We've all been there.
Just don't hit anyone and we're fine.
I think you were the one that was ready to start hitting people.
Yeah, I was gonna hit somebody.
But I'm happy to,
Since then, I just have
Straddle
not
10.
played a hand, and that's been apparently good enough, I guess.
Let's tune it up. Let's go.
I mean, I don't really
I'm
wanna
with you,
play
Michael
hands with
Tilton. Yeah, we have
I'm gonna hang out here and
had like basically anything that could
I might not
happen
pay Jason
has
back,
happened.
and that's it. That's it, you know.
I don't think I want
That's
anything
how-
else to happen.
Scotch is not
That
free,
seems
though.
fair to me.
I'm okay with that.
It sounds like a date.
I'm okay with that.
Oh, I was gonna call.
Oh,
Call.
man. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Carolyn gonna limp in.
No.
85. Full.
I know.
And Tillman raises the ace queen
Thank you.
I had 10-3. I had 10-3 of clubs.
and gets that through.
Or get, how about quad jack?
Blind
Just
split
all
two.
fives right there, right there.
we're wondering if the chat pros just chat with one another or make general
Get the
comments.
rules. That was
They do
$40
both.
flag, to be fair, but
I just looked at the light and just fried my eyes.
Wherever you want it to be, as long as you keep it nice and you're not getting political or mentioning other clubs.
That's an expensive flag.
Just be nice.
But you have to do a drop on. You fill it.
oh, is that the rule now?
Frost bomb.
If you have tequila and vegetables.
But you get paid $45 or $40. You have $5.
And you have to have-
the table.
And you have to do the drop on.
And you have to have bug jism on your
But
hands.
why would we want to discourage anyone from killing the flag? Oh, okay.
Everybody wants to kill it, but like, you gotta, you pay a little to get a little.
Super meta.
Kevin limps in to the tune of $10. Karen with the Jack 9 of clubs, the
Those
TJ
are the
Cloutier,
rules, Kevin.
Fine, Kevin.
making it 45. PJ with some better clubs going to come along.
That's fine.
And since he got
That
in there,
means
we'll
that's-
probably get in there.
That's what, $35
with me
per
too,
flag
alright.
that I get.
Little three-way battle. My
And I
cards are invisible
definitely
to not
win.
only me but the people.
Did you scan that?
They don't scan anymore. I like officially think I fucked that up, which I'm kind of
That's
good
really
with.
bad.
10-6-3, Kevin with top pair.
When I look up there, I don't see my hands.
Back doors for the others.
I will bet 75.
75.
I'll fold to that bet.
Carolyn makes it 75.
You should make it, Carol.
Heads up.
That's all I can ask for, right?
Check.
There's the 7. So now a cut shot for Carolyn.
Check.
Ace on the river. Kevin will be good with the pair of 10s.
What I bet the flop. What the fuck?
75. Fold.
I had Tinsky, but I'm like betting
You see
into
them
your ace.
playing around there.
I know.
Right in
Fuck.
there.
Is he kidding?
We'll see who's been active, who's been less active. And I think the results
No
will borne this out
cred,
too.
no cred.
I can't believe
Dude,
we
you're
both
just not
had
supposed to have a
these
10.
two and we did.
I had a
Never
queen
mind,
coming
they do
in.
still scan.
I was worried you had
Black
ace
Pearl
10 too,
Photos
but I was
watching
like,
from Panama. Wishes there was a good poker room around there.
You're not supposed to have a
You know
10.
what? Hopefully, hopefully you find some great venue to play this great game. And we're glad to have you here. We reach people from all over the world. This will be a really great time for people to just check in the chat. Tell us where you're watching from. Whether it's nearby, whether it's the other side of the world.
It would have smelled like bullshit. Definitely. I definitely didn't have it.
Scopo wants PJ to play more hands.
It's garbage now.
Just put over there.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
You know what? If you give him nothing but easy spots, I can get on board with that.
It's on me.
It's hard for my old mind to remember to scan the cards and do all this shit and not say quite so much.
You get it?
Oh, God,
There
are
you-
there two? Are there
There.
fucking two now?
Where did they come from?
I think Kevin just caught a gnat.
Scotch comes out and they come out.
Kevin, Carolyn rather, just going to raise and take it.
I just don't want to win $7 at a time, man.
I know, right? You like I lose 1,000 and I win 7. It's not even win 7.
Only $20.
See 163 likes, we can get some more of those. Hit like and then tell us where you're watching from. Or tell us where you're watching from and hit like.
I'm really excited about this Cheesecake Factory.
See a check-in from
I
New
don't even
Hampshire.
remember what I ordered.
You didn't do the
Oh,
chicken
yeah, no, it's
breakfast?
good.
I see Ed dropping by the chat. How are you doing?
Yeah. Everything.
Ready. 35. Fold.
It's very quiet in here.
Call. Fold.
Carolyn making it 35 with the 10-9 off.
Yeah.
Not the whole room.
Then Kevin brought the scotch out.
It's good shit, man.
Tillman calls.
Yeah, the homeboy started spilling shit everywhere.
Hasn't played in a bit. Wants to jump in the game.
Still fucking works. I'm so sad. If it actually broke, I'd have been so fucking
Heads up.
so sad.
Both players miss on this ace queen deuce flop.
Check. Check.
Check, check. Another brick. Check, check. Carolyn has a pair now. She was good anyway. Now she's better.
Anybody want?
That was very
And
nice
she
of you.
wins.
Anyone want to buy whites?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Let's see. We got viewers from
I'll take 10 whites.
get this Portland's Oregon. Nice. There's a racetrack there I've been to once. Portland's International Raceway. California, Maryland, USA, Dallas-ish.
You know what? I don't even think we should allow people
My
who are
closet.
not,
Get out of my
who are
closet.
only here like visiting for one day to play the nine.
Fort Bliss, Texas. I can't say I know where Fort Bliss is.
Whoa, whoa, we.
Is this a personal attack?
I'm just saying, like, if I have to pay him, and then I never see him again.
Butte County, home of Aaron Rodgers with Green Bay.
I'm just kidding.
Pull. What's it? Oh, it's to my belt.
Somebody commenting there's a lot of cars with Texas plates in southern Oklahoma. Yeah, if only they didn't have to go up to Oklahoma, they could just play in Texas and not have to go to the casinos in Oklahoma. You can play poker in Texas at TCH, and we'd very much like to keep offering you poker for a long time to come.
40 full call. Heads up.
Max opening his button with 10-4 suited. Baker defensive straddle with the queen 8.
Check.
And Max outflops him with a pair of 4s.
Check.
And now Baker going to improve to a pair of 8s and the better hands. Answer flop checks through. Baker bet 75 gets the call. We see an ace of clubs on the river.
Check.
Pair of 8s will be good at showdown if it gets there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Baker checks it to Max, who will bet.
That is 90.
Going to turn the 4s into a bluff. We see Joe adjusting his radio. And Baker calls the bet. Don't have the size, but was a winner there. I think there was some hiccup with the
Are we good now?
radio from the
Thank you.
dealer to production that they were working on there.
Super producer name.
Okay, apparently Fort Bliss is in El Paso.
We're getting through it here.
Good to know. I don't know El Paso at all. The furthest west I've ever been in Texas was Midland.
Yeah.
So never been out that far.
Where's Carolyn? Get in here with the
Get that 40.
Here she's coming.
All I know is that they're on another time zone. El Paso's on
Get in here
Mountain
with the
Time.
40.
And I guess they're on the power grid of civilization and not the Texas grid.
Come on, Spiller. There you go. His name is Spiller. Come on, Spiller. Get in there. God damn it, Spiller.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit.
Call him for
We have a lot of straddles on our
Got drawed
hands.
into this shit.
Let's go. 80.
Come on,
Oh.
Mason.
We have a live 10, 20, 40, 80.
I should have restarted.
Tillman calls the 80 with 5s. Milo with 7s.
We're in a predicament.
Good raise here. Does elect to limp. Aaron, not a believer in the 9 Triz, though he is Mr. 9 Triz himself. Carolyn with a pair, gonna call.
Option.
PJ with eights in the best hands. He's the $80 straddle. He's gonna just take a free look.
Keep it interesting. Gotta keep it interesting.
Squeezing was a possibility too.
Can't always just absolutely flop the nines.
Am I first?
Ace 4 2. Somehow nobody has a set. All these pairs, nobody has a set. That said, Carolyn and Tillman both have cut shots. Eights are still the best. PJ betting those eights.
Wait, actually?
No.
He's talking to someone in his ear.
I thought he was talking. I thought he was.
It was just a slow 100
And 25. Yeah, I mean, fair.
Ace deuce would have made 2 pair.
Check for that 125.
And sometimes you just got a lot of pairs. Of course, this is the boring way to do it. I mean, it could also be like aces, kings, queens, and jacks. I've seen that. Tillman gonna call. A gut shot, and Milo thinking about it. Problem is, usually someone's got an ace, and Milo's gonna fold. Multi-way, you've gotta really have it. Carolyn going to call.
Let's go.
3 players.
Checking.
She thinks she has 6 outs. She does not. But her 2 outs do get there. She does make a wheel, and Tillman makes a set. So we're going to see some money go in here, I think. Tillman making it 400. Carolyn out of position. Does she raise now, or does she just call?
All in.
She does stick it all in. $2,000. PJ very likely to make an exit. Hopefully it is a quick exit.
$19.18. All in.
PJ does make that exit.
Yeah.
Tillman's going to have a really hard time letting go of a set. Especially the way this played out. I mean, how often does she have a 3?
Looking for twice the more.
2
I have
times?
2 threes.
Oh, 2 threes. That's pretty good.
And she does get the call, and they're running it twice. And it's a 10 both times, so Carolyn gonna scoop Tillman. Massive pot heading Carolyn's way.
I know, I looked at it and I was like, this is the one.
And that is how you dig out from previous misfortunes.
What'd you have? Ace deuce? Oh, shit.
You still have chips.
See, we got a dealer checking in from Nebraska. I've been there once.
Yeah. Man, I wanted
Went to
your
a
chips,
conference
not
in
his.
Lincoln once.
Why are my chips better
Because
than his?
most of those are mine.
Just a few of them are yours.
Some of them are mine, though.
Alice, I appreciate how you spell call.
Thank you.
The Long Island's way.
Give a little bit. Let your pink chips in.
Carol gonna stack these chips, and we're gonna get these cards shuffled and dealt out once more as we head into Power Hour. I think we got a little taste of that with the $80 straddle.
I've been... Need a baby.
Here we go, 9-3. Don't forget, 9-3.
19?
I had it the other
Alright, you got enough vacuum noise from Tillman. You
Thanks
have
for
to pay
saying that, David Travis. Glad you're enjoying this.
That's fine. I ordered a $10 meal, so I don't even care.
Chips on live stream.
I'll still pay.
Little tamer 2-5-10 this time after the fireworks we just saw.
Me first?
Chips live stream. Cool.
You know, it all just spreads around.
Oh, yeah.
Deuces for PJ.
70.
Limp in Tillman limps. Max deciding to make it 70 with the king 10.
No, I've taken chips from you in the past. It's fair.
So it gets going to clear a lot of people out. I guess that's the size it takes to thin the field.
She got me on a good one.
DJ folds the deuces.
We were watching the stream. I said, you hear her?
Tillman looks to have about 1,600 behind. Does call the jack 8 of clubs. Up against Max's king 10 of hearts. Heads up to the flop. Queen jack 7. Something for everyone here. Tillman's got middle pair. Max has an open ender.
Yeah, what time is it right now?
Backdoor
Aaron, did
hearts.
you get one? You're good? Oh, really? Oh, shit.
70. Fold.
Max is going to continue. Tillman just going to fold a pair.
Okay, yeah, it'll probably be a little bit. I'm going to eat first.
Perhaps a little gun shy after what just happened.
All right, boys, 2-5. I need chips on live stream.
GP Hill wondering if the card is shown on accident, is the round canceled? I think you mean, is it a misdeal of the hand? Not quite. So you'll have a misdeal if one of the first 2 cards gets exposed.
I don't think she even.
If the first 2 cards off the stuff gets exposed. Or if you have 2 cards exposed at all during the deal, you'll have a misdeal. I think those are all the rules as far as exposed cards causing a misdeal. If it's just the one exposed card, that will be the burn card for the flop.
25 straddle.
And the player's dealt a replacement card, which is the card that would have been the burn for the flop.
25.
That's my understanding. Don't hold me to that, but I believe those are the rules. Kristen confirms, and I trust Kristen because she does deal here and presumably knows how to do her job. No, but seriously, Kristen does know what she's doing. She's dealt me many times and is very capable.
I think you are paying more attention than anyone else. So you would probably have noticed.
Maybe this is my first time.
Hey, you've always got to
thought that
make
too.
sure that your sources of information are accurate, especially these
Yeah,
days.
then you just forget about it until you look down and you have it, and you're like, oh shit.
You sit at a table,
And then
you'll
you're-
hear
then you
all
don't know how to
kinds of
respond.
crazy rules made up by the players about what's a misdeal, what's a penalty, what's a dead hand, which is, spoiler, almost nothing is a dead hand.
I might have not.
Straddle for 10.
And people making up things about the tournament structure, if you're playing a tournament. Yeah, bottom line is, make sure that you have authoritative sources of information.
Raise. 40.
Or I
And
took the left.
Max with the 6s, making it 40.
Fold. Raise. 125. Fold, fold.
Baker making it 125. Taking that 5-4 diamonds and bluffing. Max can call even if he's behind. He has odds to make a set. And I see a lot of big cards there. Queen, Jack, 7. I think they're all clubs. Not that anybody's got a club. Baker going to continue. This will probably just work. As Max has maybe one out that he feels okay about. And he folds. Power of aggression.
Thank you.
Let's see. JTN checking in from Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's another place I've been.
Lines and straddle.
Skullbunk, glad you enjoyed that. Gisavio, if I'm saying that right, it sounds like you tuned in just in time. Swiper wondering about premature flaps, turns, and rivers. The role that you're going to see depends on the room. So the Tournament Directors Association, the TDA, which that applies to tournaments, but a lot of people will use similar rules in cash games.
I need those chips.
They have embraced random card theory, which basically means that you're entitled to get random cards. You're not entitled to get a specific card. You're not entitled to get the 20th card off of the stub as one of the cards on your flop necessarily. So what they'll do is often end up reshuffling those cards into the deck, perhaps preserving the natural turn and river cards by dealing those face down and then reshuffling, and those cards will have a chance to come back out. We've got Ace King for Faker, who makes it 40. Jason going for the 3-bet. Unfortunate timing for him. Makes it 125 with the Ace-2 suited. Kevin calling with the mystery hand. Faker just flatting with the Ace-King suited. Being out of position, I kind of like the 4-bet. Instead, we got 9-7-5, couple of spades. We don't know what Kevin has.
Is that 150?
Jason continues for 150, gets the fold from Kevin, and gonna get the fold from Faker, deciding not to float with the overs. Perhaps if there was a heart, he may have thought differently. Jedi Master Ted telling a story about a dealer running the flop and then dropping the cards onto the muck, and dropping the whole stuff onto the muck, and that hand was declared dead. Yeah, so the one time I've ever seen a hand voided in poker, again in live poker, was something similar to where somebody opens, like we're in a tournament, somebody opens from early position. I defend my big blinds, but I put my chips out. I see the dealer had dropped the stub into the muck, and like in a way where it's like not recognizable. I think Milo just caught another mat. Or not. Apparently not. Anyway, so it gets dropped into the muck, and like, wait a second, like there's still poker happening. And the 4 gets called, and the decision was to void the hands. And for fun, this was actually the last hand before a break on a tournament. So we come back from break. We have to explain to the dealer, we're actually going to play one hand at the old level because that was the 4's ruling, because that hand was void, and because everybody had left for break already. We do the one hand at the last level after the break. I think actually she opened again and I called again.
I thought you had it too. I was like, oh, I saw it right there.
Thank you.
And we see Carolyn collecting a small one with a pair of 3s.
No problem. Have fun. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. A little bit of whiskey on these cards. Thank you.
And on the chips.
These guys are the worst card protectors I've ever seen. Yeah, you want to. It's something you want to be careful about playing live poker, especially if you're in seats 1 or 9. You don't want your hand accidentally collected into the muck. So you want to put something over your cards. So if you see me with a card protector, you might put a chip on top of your cards as well. Viewers won't want that. Won't want those cards. And,
yeah, just fucking change it.
like I actually saw someone on a blog have their hand just get disappeared.
Some random shit and then spiller.
C7 is now spiller.
I think it was
Spiller,
Phil
can I
Poker
drink
had
to
that
it?
one.
If you could spill, if you could change PJ
Do you have a
and
dealer
PJ
change?
spiller, that would be great.
See who it is in the box in a moment, because I can't see yet. In any case, whoever it is, they're going to be giving us a $15 PLO bomb pot once more.
Nutty Nut Spiller PJ. It's supposed to be a mirage.
And human card protectors, they sit on your cards. The problem is that's not going to be good for your cards. Okay, Ronald's saying like they're peeking, the way they're looking at their cards, Like, it's to where somebody could potentially see the cards.
I did not.
But yeah, something else to be careful about, especially when you're in a middle seat. That said, like, if you're a player playing ethically and doing the right thing, you will not go and try and look at those cards, but
See shit, bro.
you certainly can't count on people to do the right thing.
Okay, that is not count.
Yeah, protect yourself.
Spiller,
And
Hyder, Billy, McGill.
Okay,
come the
the
cards.
slow roll is my fault. I would like to state that literally last time I played on this stream, I got stacked pocket sevens. Like,
PJ
First the
Should have
nuts.
fucking folded then. God damn it, dude.
Billy, slow roller, tiny chips.
Apparently
Slow
PJ's
rolling
having
ninety
tough
chips.
PJ Spiller because, well, you know,
Tiny chips, Billy McGee down there.
Jack 8-6 Rainbow.
Jesse, I'm gonna need you to enforce this.
Tillman's
this
got an
line here.
overpair.
Any chips that cross their mind.
okay, well, if I'm getting yelled at, I gotta like, okay, can I chip up? Like,
Yes.
please, can someone please, like,
Gonna get
Not chip up.
Color up.
color up on live stream.
It's Jesse in the box. And it's Milo with bottom set and an 8, which is a little bit of a bummer because he is blocking his boat outs. And we see Aaron with bottom 2. So we know we're not going to see any quads. Aaron going to call Milo's $60 bet. Kevin with the open ender. Kevin just going to fold.
60 is the
Call.
call 60.
EJ calling with a mystery hand. Max calling with a mystery hand. And there is a 9 of diamonds on the turn. Interesting turn for sure. Aaron now with the straight flush gut shot. And the 10 high diamonds, we don't know
Why are you taking them out?
if anybody
Where's
has
the
better
rest?
I
diamonds
know,
or
I
not.
want to fucking, okay. Can you cool your teeth?
Not that likely. If they do, it's because they had something else and they
Can't do that for me.
had the backdoor diamonds. Aaron makes it 300, PJ folds, and
Alright, our order was
Max
picked up 1
folds.
minute ago.
Yeah.
Milo just folds the
I didn't
bottom
realize
set,
how close it was.
which I really can't blame him. Like, that's pretty scary in a bomb pot,
Just like,
especially when one of your outs is sitting in your hands. Like, we're going to hope he doesn't have a straight, and then we're going to hope we make a boat bet. It's going to be bottom boat. Squirrel, the first thing you said was funny. But yeah, I have no idea what's being chewed on. I think they are giving him a color up. This is a good thing. It's going to tidy things up. In the meantime, he's got a hand. He's got so much going on between the bottle hanging out of his mouth and the chips and everything else that he has yet to figure out that he has sevens, which are his absolute favorite hands in the world, I'm sure. He is going to limp.
I hope so.
Tillman comes along. Max comes along. Milo does not.
Okay, anybody.
Aaron getting a free look with the queen 6.
The only person I feel like deserves to get the 9-3
Don't feel sorry for
is
Aaron.
Aaron. But he's
Ace
never
10
going
5.
to, so it doesn't matter.
Tillman with a heart drop. We check through.
If you have it right now.
And Tillman with the hearts now. As the 9 high flush. Checks through again. Jack on the river. Tillman now going for pot size bet, $100, trying to get a little value, but nobody's got anything. PJ does have sevens, but they are a fourth pair, and he does fold.
What's that?
No fun.
Yeah. Don't you see these guys sitting a foot and a half from the table?
Everyone relax.
It was literally 4 of you at the same time. So
Hey,
I didn't even notice
from
you.
the table.
Yeah.
Alice, glad she played in Dallas. Well,
You know.
TCH Dallas, what way do you play in Dallas then?
4 dudes in the same.
Hey, you do what you
I've
need
been
to
up
do
to
over there.
TCH Dallas. It's a fun place to play. Very well run, just like this one is.
Fucking A.
Is that like anywhere? I don't know. Yeah.
Because New Orleans has like a button straddle, like heavy.
You know, I would do it, but
Carol with the 6-5 of clubs, making it 35.
Come on and bring it.
Someone's got better clubs. Max has better clubs. Well, in between clubs. You know what? There's a 6-card straight flush between the 3 of them. Between Carolyn, Tillman, and Max.
heads up.
Doesn't mean anything, just putting it out there. 5 plays to the flop. Queen, Jack 10, open ender for Aaron. Bad open ender for Tillman. Carolyn went for 75. Tillman decides to come along. So does Aaron. Now Carolyn with the best hands with a pair of 6s. Checks through. Queen pairs. Somehow 6-5 is best. But will it get to showdown? Aaron will bet it and take it down. Austin TCH is $12 an hour. I don't know what it costs in Dallas these days.
I know, dude.
I was just getting to that, Kristen, actually. So, yeah, on Tuesdays, all this winter here at TCH Austin, we do have the half-off promo. Never appreciation. It's just $6 an hour on Tuesdays. You can see details on all of our promotions at TexasCardHouse.com.
I mean, it was almost gonna flop though.
Usually $12, unless it's Tuesday, then it's $6. Or if you're a lady and it's ladies' night on Friday, then it's $6. TexasCardHouse.com. Kevin with the 5s. Always appreciate producer Kristen keeping me on track, sitting on the other side pressing those buttons. Yeah, 13 in Dallas. I thought it was 13, but I didn't want to say that because I didn't remember. It's been too long since I've been up there. 3 ways to a flop of ace, 9, deuce.
And I'm just taking it all
Jason's
in.
got bottom pair, but Kevin's 5s are the better holding. Ken bets 25, gets the call from Jason. 10 of clubs turn, 2 flush draws available now. Kevin firing again. $50 this time, gets the fold. Yeah, so that $6 an hour promo, that goes through the winter months, so that wraps up about a month from now. March 15th, I'm sure we'll have another great promo after that.
Let's go. That's the scotch coming out of you right
I
there.
see that.
TCH pretty good about having things like that. Don't forget, we've also got the quads of the day. Quad jacks today for $600. Goes up every day. It's not hit all this month.
Sure.
Your party is
Let's
long.
go. Let's
Like,
go.
you could do live 40.
But
There's
he's not here to do 80. All right, fine, 40.
Atta girl.
2, 5, 10, 20, 40.
Come on, 4-2, Spiller, motherfucker.
9-3, baby, 9-3. Oh, not worth it. My bad.
You guys can just give me a walk. That's
No,
totally fine.
I don't think so. J-Dog's over here thinking hard.
Looks like it's actually life 35. I think. I don't know what's going on anymore. Maybe it's a life 45.
I think so.
What a weird number
I
to
don't
straddle.
know.
In any
I think
case,
it was
Jason
in-
made it 135 with 5-3 offsuit.
Oh, yeah.
135.
And I think Carolyn is going to hold him accountable for the $40 straddle. With the 10-9, far superior. And remains superior. Both players with a pair. Jason with bottom pair. Carolyn with middle pair.
I saw it.
Jason continues for 125. I don't see Carolyn going anywhere.
Look at these guys, they got it cornered.
No, I didn't get him. I didn't
Carolyn makes it 300. Not a believer. Now Jason wants to see her stack. The two players with the biggest stacks at the table
Cheese and crackers.
are playing like 4K effective.
Crackers.
Both players having stacked very large pots this
Oh,
evening.
I just saw him. He went screaming by. Oh, no way. Oh,
Winner, winner. You not know.
I had a pair.
The baton is right.
And he does make the fold.
I need to focus.
Carolyn taking this one
Digging
down.
around, Scotch stuff. Sweet berry wine.
Yeah, that's a
Sure about this. Drink vodka.
Not?
Yeah. Look it up, man.
yeah,
think
but
like fucking
liquor is pretty
the hard seltzers are fucking.
Thanks to everyone who's still around. I see 180 likes. I see
It's still.
almost 400 of you still watching. Thanks a lot.
I didn't know there was another way you could search it.
Bag.
Stack, yeah.
Hello with the 9 trays. Gonna open it up. Makes it 55. And Aaron looking devious.
Comes in the back.
I can see for miles
And then fold.
miles.
I mean, no one's even in order.
Every time. No. Not you guys. Just,
I was just saying.
I'm used to little free bet scheme. Every time I raise.
Yeah. Not what I would normally order, but pretty good.
Kevin with the mystery hands. Putting in a raise. I imagine this is a pretty good hand. He's at 175. Back to Milo, who has nothing. Okay, you know what? I think there's been a misread here because I don't think Milo just called with
Just 'cause you got
the 9
position
trays.
on me, huh, there, I can
Like he has not shown himself to be a believer. So
Pretty good right there, buddy.
this is probably something else. 10-10-6. Rainbow. Kevin continuing for 250. And Milo gonna fold whatever he actually had. There's no way that was the 9 trees. No way.
You gotta quit folding to me, man.
I don't have a switch.
My deuces are just running over your ass.
We're just speculating on why our lights went on and off back here, as neither of us is within reach of a light switch. Nor do I actually know where the light switch is for these lights that are over me. Kristen doesn't know either. Like, I assume they're probably on the other side of this door. I'm pointing at a door that's behind me. If I had a guess, but I don't know.
Caroline, you want your hand?
I've never actually looked that closely.
I don't know.
We don't know yet. I prefer it not to be. Possible.
People saying that they respect Carolyn's play. So do I. Carolyn has shown herself to be a very capable player. I've played with her a bunch. Usually in the mixed games more than Hold'em.
Snap top. Tank with top set. Snap top.
Carolyn making it 60 here. PJ coming along, dominated.
Bang, bang, bang. 5, 6,
7-6-5 will
8,
give
9 is
PJ
the
a
I know,
cut
if I got
shot.
8, 9, you're done. Shit, I don't have it. I'll check back. 8.
That nectar,
Check, check.
that is the nectar of the gods. It's
Queen's going to put up a third heart. Nobody with a heart.
I'll cash here. Yeah, I'll check back.
Check, check.
8.
PJ thought about it.
I got 10 high.
I have jack high.
7 pairs on the river.
Bam.
Carolyn's got it
I
pipped.
was jack high good.
7-7, Queen, Jack 10.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check through.
You know how I feel about that.
Carolyn wins a small pot off of PJ.
Seat one adding 1,000.
Ragnar will be thinking TCH is haunted.
I thought about just holding it.
Might be.
Winning, you can always try that off.
Yeah, that was the option I went with, and it worked out pretty good.
Wants to buy the Ghost of Spiller's Past? Maybe. The ghosts of all the bad beats that have been taken. The ghosts of all the equity that's gotten torched
Go.
over the course of time. Got a couple of limps. Max waking up with Ace King. Kristen has provided an answer on where the light switch is. So, yeah, that answers that. PJ calling with his suited king, and Tillman calling, and 8-6-4. Tillman ahead with a pair of deuces.
Double check.
I've been.
This turn 7 does not change anything. Does put the board 4 to a straight. Does often give players pause. We do check through again. Ace on the river. Max does have the best hands.
35?
Float that shit out.
Check, check. Max goes for some thin value.
I don't know what the guy. I thought I could do it. Thought I had more.
Graphic says he got called.
Yeah. Am I?
Wins a small pot there.
Yeah, you're 500.
I'm 500. Good to know.
500%.
To each of us.
You fold it?
40 from Jason. King Jack of Diamonds. PJ calling with the King 10 of Diamonds. Someone defending with the Jack Deuce. And trips for PJ. Please have a hammer lock on this hand. Jason continues for 50. PJ calls. 4 spades on the turn. Might slow things down. Nobody has a spade. PJ checks again. Jason going 150. PJ gonna look at his cards again.
The only way I have a 3 there. Or ace 3, I guess.
PJ gonna think about it. He's gonna call. And gonna get some distance with that second black chip. Black chip's worth $100. Deuce of diamonds on the river. White chips $1, red chips $5, green chips $25, black $100, pink $500.
It's like 3:30 p.m. every day. Everybody in our dorm just like converged on the fucking common room, and it was just like the battle of. And I was like,
Interesting deliberation. He decides to check rather than lead.
Right here, I was
right in front of you, your left hand. But
Jason gonna fire one more barrel with this.
Oh, look at your finger.
Oh! Victory.
25, that's 60%
We have
pot.
a dead bug. Hook me
That was a
up.
good shot, actually.
Let's go.
you have to do a Scotch bomb now, though.
I've been bombing Scotch for a while. No, Scotch
You're doing a
bomb.
Scotch bomb.
I'm not
Taking
shooting.
cash chips.
It was, or you have to give the money back.
No. I'm drinking water.
No, you're doing.
PJ gonna cash chips some more.
Good eye. Mad Max, good eye, man.
I don't know how much he has to drink. I can't actually swear that he knows what hands he has, or even what game he's playing, what beats what. I don't know.
I like it.
That's my everyday Scotch right there. I could kill the shit out of that bug.
Yeah.
Did everybody
Looks like
pay
he's got
me?
the calling chips in his hands. He finally puts the calling chips in. And he turns his cards over first, sparing Jason having to show the bluff.
Bro, you're repping a flush. I don't know what you mean. What am I waiting on?
Dude, I'm the 1-2 table.
I think there's some words being
I'm winning
exchanged
money. If y'all
about
want to fucking hate on me,
yet
that's
another
fine,
net roll.
but I'm gonna play how I play.
Large burn.
That one was the lesser of the evil, though. There was
1-2 tables on 6.
Yeah, man, just call.
I thought you were fixing me a Scotch.
That's a half pot bet. You have trips. If he has it, he has it. If he has it, he has it.
What do you want? Do you want an alcohol?
Oh, dude, you better not put Scotch in the garage.
No, not yet. But you're going to. Oh, yeah.
Is there chicken in there?
Dude, no.
Chicken
Is
fries.
there a chicken in that cup?
They whole chicken.
Scotch into that, and then you're shooting.
There's no way. I'll piss in that before.
And Alice, I don't know what's going on, but you know, everybody's going to play this game as they play it. And some people want to be very deliberate about every decision. Again, I don't know how much the booze might play a part in that. Because, I mean, you definitely will see some different play when
I had
the alcohol
Trip
starts
King
flowing.
versus a flush. He was betting like he had the flush draw. Yes, you were betting like you had the flush.
Slow roll.
or king queen. I had king 10 on a king like three.
I pointed out that
Two spade flop. Two spade flop. The turn was a 4 of spades, completing the flush draw. The river was like a blank. He bet like $300, and I
get it.
I took like.
See a couple of limps. Carolyn makes it 50 from the button. She's got an ace.
he should have still snapped out. He's never folded.
Well, that's why it's poker. You can play how you want.
PJ folds.
That's not the point.
I fucked Aaron over. I admit that. That is my fault.
And I will sympathize with you. I will literally. No, I'll cry on your shoulder, bro.
So he's got ace jack in the big blind. Decides to just call.
Yeah.
Certainly a 3-bet candidate.
In fact, just take 9, 8.
I mean, it seems like they're giving a little bit much shit for what's going on, but I mean, it's not a great look. As we get a jack 4-3 flop, we see Tillman and Milo both with top pair, but Tillman's is better.
No, you're just like
You just play tight. You just play well.
He's just chilling, yeah.
You're just caught up in the corner by default. I mean, you didn't do anything.
Jason's also a prick.
Kevin gonna lead into the pre-flop aggressor with the mystery hands, or not because the graphics will win. It's actually Carolyn continuing for 125. Getting calls from both players with top pair. And we see Jason's chips get knocked down by Aaron.
It took me like a minute and 10 seconds, my guy. It took me like a minute and 10. You were wrapping the
Whatever he
flush.
did to deserve it, he probably deserved it.
Shut the fuck up. We're all upset.
That was flavor.
And this man's
The 3 pairs on the turn, we check through. This time, 8 on the river. Tillman's ace jack will be the best. The jacks and threes. It goes for some value here at 225.
I would.
I will pour something god awful in there for you.
Why are you jingling with me?
You can make the nastiest mixture to get back at me, and I'll drink it just for you.
Okay, there it is, right there.
There you go.
Milo calling with the top pair, kind of
You're doing the
reluctantly,
drops on 4.
and is going to see
And
that
I'll
he's
make it even
pipped.
sweeter. Call ace or no ace. If you get it right, I'll give you a free $50.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, Alice will say, the nice thing is, I actually can't make out a whole lot on my headset. It's a little bit better tonight than it's been, but
Gambling for 50 bucks.
like it's not perfect.
Oh,
So
fuck, that's holy
like
shit.
I don't even necessarily know when they're saying things.
Oh, the spiller's good. He's
spill
gonna
it,
blow
though.
beats.
Is there chugging?
Actually chicken noodle soup?
It's chicken broth, yeah.
Honestly, that's pretty good. Yeah, honestly, I know what the fuck he's talking about, though. Let this cool down, and then I'll
I'm
chug
wondering
it.
if there'll be a fist fight before it's over. I hope not. I don't want to have to commentate a boxing match.
Honestly,
I'm not qualified for that. I'm barely qualified for
On a scale
poker.
of 1 to 10, it's not that bad.
I'm not qualified for boxing.
That cucumber flavored vodka is the nut worst.
Honestly, take a sip and you might this.
Well, I've had the vodka straight and it's fucking terrible. I hated it.
Who's not straddling?
I think everybody's.
Aaron,
Everybody,
now
unless
that
they're
we're
wearing
winning,
the
which
table.
is
Some people not
It's
straddling.
not mandatory.
I think I forgot once.
Who was here at the table and didn't straddle?
speculation
Were
about
they
bluff
already
bombs.
expired?
Maybe that's the thing that happens.
How did you get such hot water?
I timed my.
How did you get such hot water?
We have coffee machines in the back that put out.
Yeah.
See, somebody had posted, everybody in the chat that hasn't already hit the like button,
Boys digging the rock.
I'll finish that. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so already.
Oh, shit.
4-way flop in a limped
I mean,
pot.
I eat fucking canned beans, my guy. I live in a car. I don't know what the fuck you expect. Like, this is fucking grand.
853, Max and Carolyn
I
at top
want
there.
to see your social media content.
What do you want this? Just throw it away?
Wow, you just pounded that. That's awesome.
Max makes it 30.
You gotta eat the cup.
Please eat the cup. Please.
Hey, it's free calories. Free calories.
Carolyn calling. Pass plus back door.
You have redeemed yourself.
Heads up to the
I
turn.
don't know if anything can redeem that.
And
fucking
Carolyn is going to improve to 2
I
pair.
still feel fucking so bad about that.
I don't
Top
think
two
your
pair.
scanner works either, right?
No, it still works, which is a fucking miracle, but.
Well, at least I think so, right, boss?
As far as I know.
Carolyn
You don't
at
know, it's just like
75
fucking
gets the call from
maybe
Max.
automatic.
Still holds top pair, top kicker. Deuce on the river. Does not change anything.
No, they just have somebody standing.
Does put a pretty deuce to 7 hands on the board,
Speaking
but
of my
that's not
guys,
worth really being
binoculars in the back room.
2 pairs, 7 and 8s.
Nice hand.
And check, check. Carolyn collects the pot.
8-7.
Way good.
PJ apparently living in a car. I don't know the story there. There are definitely some. I don't know what PJ does for a living. There are some poker pros who are nomadic for sure.
Hey, phone. Your fucking phone. Oh, Seth said Aaron phone.
Your mom.
Especially like tournament pros, like a lot of them will be traveling and
Retaliating now, huh?
spending more time on the road than
No more Mr. Nightmare.
than in any permanent home that they might have.
Aaron, you want to do a bluff?
I think they're making it 45 with the ace-8 suited. Diamonds.
Raise 130.
And Jason going for the 3-bet with the ace-3 of clubs.
Am I just in this by checking?
Well,
Not going to be an option
all
when
of
it
the
gets
action
to,
is
but
happening up front, so you got time to think about it.
Oh,
I mean, really thinking about it, he does decide to fold. They're both pointy, they're just not the
No,
right
but I
kind
could
of
just
pointy.
suck out with the slow roll. Who's in this? You?
You're off the nuts.
Honestly, I think I would flop the nuts. I'm gonna fold that. That is one of my favorite hands. I'll let you know what happened.
PJ folding.
I want you to know that I really thought about it. It was suited. That's why.
Milo going for the cold 4-bet with a mystery hand makes it 325 out of the big blinds. I suspect Faker and Jason have just stepped in it.
It makes a difference. Like right now, I have 7. I have 7.
Jason not going anywhere yet. We go heads up to a flop of King Jack 9. Milo has ace-3 of spades. Jason is free rolling him. Jason holding the nut club draw with his ace-3. Milo continuing for 250. It's showing a jillion outs for Milo, but these are chop outs that they're showing. Now they both also have a gut shot. Jason on a total free roll here. It's a club, he wins, otherwise they chop. Milo now checking it over. Jason gonna tell the story that he's got a queen. He's gonna tell a very big story. 1700. He's making it all into call for Milo, and I don't see how Milo can continue here. Like, please, somebody name a hand that Jason can have that Milo's beating. I can't. And Milo folds.
Nice hand.
A for effort. Yeah, I don't know any of these players' social media, so can't help you there as far as promotion. That said, if you want to follow me, I am at Lahti William on Twitter and Instagram. If you want to follow my tournament hijinks,
Let's go 20.
You gonna do 40?
Let's go, Brandon.
I see a lot of straddling happening.
Let's go, Brandon.
2, 5, 10, 20.
I shouldn't be doing that until I realize that. Yeah, there, PJ.
I was stuck behind Cali last time I was here, and he 3-bet like, or not even 3-bet.
Flash check, slash stream.
Every pot to like 180.
Tillman making it 80 with ace 10 in the cutoff.
5, 10, 20, 40. I think he did the 80 in one.
Faker waking up with 10s.
I was sick of
How
that.
much do you need? 1,000? I have
Makes it 250.
Okay, never mind. That's fine. I was just trying to
5 green and 5 black.
Shit.
And somebody's going no further.
I wanted to tangle.
Ace 10 offsuit a bit light to continue.
The number's so low. Fuck, I gotta drive back to New Orleans.
Tonight? No, you don't. You can get a hotel room with
Ragnar, thanks for that Instagram follow.
Yeah,
See you there sometimes.
Can I have a picture from you?
Are different.
I see how it is.
I mean, I kind of like the pink chips, but yeah, I can give you a pink chip. You want
Oh,
5 black?
I'm not going to give you anything for it. I'm just saying.
Oh, you just want it?
Come on, Jesse. Hook the brother.
Oh, yes. No. Sorry. I thought I was 20, but.
Oh, come on, man. That shit's out there live.
What?
I mean, I can do a blind call if you wanted to stand.
I don't give a shit. Frankly, my dear.
2, 5, 10, 20.
Frankly, my dear, yeah.
25?
That's 20.
That was 20?
Yep.
That seems wrong. I don't believe Tillman folded ace king. I think the cards got crossed up on the scanners again, especially given that Max's hand did not scan. Aaron squeezing up to 125. Jason with the ace-6 of spades. Gonna call. DJ not gonna continue with 9-8 off, I don't think. Heads up 2 this flop. Aaron needs some help. Gets the exact opposite. Jason smashing this flop. He's got the open-ender and the nut spade draw, and the best hands with ace high.
Is that the normal bottle or is that like
Aaron checks it over.
No, that's the normal one, yeah.
There's several different. It's kind of middle of the road.
I don't remember it being like a deal
And check folds.
when I see it.
So the
they
$100
changed
bet.
the color of the label. Yeah. And that bottle's like $65, something like that, $70. That's good.
Be sure and Join us here on TCH Live at least 5 days a week.
Oh, boom!
Mondays, we've got the 5-10 from here in Austin. Dallas, we've got the Giant game on Tuesdays, the 5-5-10 on Wednesdays, 2-5 here on
I made it
Thursdays.
so clear. I just made
And
50
then
bucks.
Saturdays, our tournament final table from Dallas. And occasionally, we'll have a bonus show. This past week, I know the guys from Next Gen Poker did a show on TCH Live up in Dallas.
Do you know how bad I want to just like fucking rip it just for shits and giggles?
You'll get
just
20 bucks out of
exactly.
it. So, I mean,
You get
or
37.
you'll get stacked. I mean, one of those.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not worth it.
Or you're sleeping in your car.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, I'm sleeping in my car, but
It's gonna be pretty chilly in your car there, bro, Fester.
I got fucking like 9 fuzzy blankets, my guy. It's honestly a fucking move in my car. Though, a little cramped for a guy that's 6'9".
Milo made it 60 with the 9-8 off. We see Faker and Jason calling with some clubs. We see Kevin waking up with a couple of black 10s. And I suspect he's going to increase the price here.
He's gonna play this with his money.
Kevin makes it 300. Likely to
So
clear it
everyone
out.
sees it. I gave him his money back.
Be very adventurous to continue here. Out of position with 6
I'm a
high,
nice person.
You gotta enforce the rules,
even if it is suited.
Heather, right?
Carolyn.
Not even close.
I don't know where Heather came from.
Jason's going to think about it, and I think he's going to think the better of it.
No, I don't. It's all good.
Unless he doesn't, because, hey, he's been proving me wrong all night.
It wasn't said maliciously and it wasn't said in jest. It was said
And for his troubles, he gets rewarded with a double gut shot.
really
You. It's been like a couple hours,
Kevin's
a couple glasses of wine.
overpair is still good.
We're told what my name was, and it's all good.
I think the only one I don't know your name. I forgot your name. No.
Tillman.
Tillman. Max, Tillman, Spiller,
So you see that from Kevin.
Kevin, Jason.
How much did he make it? Hasn't come up yet. I could swear I saw him throw a
you did
chip
it.
out
Good
there.
job.
$500, I'm being told.
Ah,
There it is.
it's got chicken in it.
Now, Graphic caught up just now.
I don't know if
And Jason gonna call, gonna try and get there. A little bit over pot left behind, and Jason gets there, turns the nuts with the 6-4. And I suspect Kevin's gonna be on the hook for a lot of money here, unfortunately.
how? I gave it back.
Certainly a Yeti cooler of the night
Because
candidate.
I'm a nice person.
Not even normal or sexual.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, now the next time, it's definitely coming over here, and I hope it's a black.
Jason checking it over,
All right. Oh,
hoping
rock,
to
paper,
see
ready?
another donation for Kevin.
Scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
All right, now we're good.
Rochambeau for $10.
Yeah, and I won. But it was his $10, and I wasn't gonna pay him about it.
I mean, same
So
shit with
respect.
you. $50 if you win the flip of ace versus no ace.
Kevin checks back. Gonna save himself some money, and that ace might save him some money. That's the last card Kevin wanted to see on the river. Little does he know, it may get him off the hook here. Jason holding the nuts. Probably wishing this board wasn't 4 to a straight.
He likes it too.
I expect a value bet from him. He can't go for all of it, I don't think. He's got to target an ace. I imagine like 600 or 700 would target an ace, and he proves me wrong by betting a lot more than that. He's going to go full pot, trying to say, I got a 4. And really, how many times does he have a 4 when he calls a 3-bet out of position? How many times does he have a 4? He does this time.
What year did you graduate, man? What year did you graduate high school?
That said, this ace really does suck for Kevin.
Yeah, he's a baby.
Damn. Alright. What year is it? 2022, right?
Yeah.
Any kind of ace-X wheel draw just got there, and Kevin is going to fold. Kevin is going to get off the hook.
No, he doesn't.
Saved by the river. Also saved by his check back on the turn.
Come on, all of it. Go to Baylor.
Nice
That's
hand,
such
Nice hand.
And Travotin, I agree. Yeah, this is an easy game sometimes when you just bink it.
Did he still?
Just
Nah,
a
not
6.
really. Just a 6.
There's a 6 on board, right?
So either 4, 6, or ace.
We have an emergency bomb pot, an emergency $15 PLO bomb pot.
Ace 2.
Because, hey, it's power hour and we're getting near the end of the night. And
Ace 2, 3, 5. There's a 4.
people want to get unstuck.
Ace 2, 3, 5. And then, what was the last card? Ace? Ace 2, 3, 5, 8. 8 was the last card?
I conserve some of these red bones.
Oh, 6, 7?
I don't think you're floating there.
I don't think
This is pure bluff?
Like, I'm not sure I was checking back turn with those 10s, but hey, maybe he had a read.
Yeah, what do you call it? A 3-bet pre?
Mine very, very good.
He's like, make the
Here come the 4 cards.
I can make the highlight reel. I think the whole thing is on.
6, 4?
I think your spills
It has to
can
be
make
6,
the
4.
highlight
That's the only thing.
God,
I think
I don't-
everything I do is
And
on
here
the
comes
highlight
the
reel.
flop.
Kid from New Orleans destroys the
3 cards for the flop.
FID card reader.
Ace 10, 10 rainbow.
Took a trip from
Jason's
New
got
Orleans.
nothing. Kevin's got nothing. Carolyn's got
Wait, y'all are on
jacks.
some crap. Y'all want me
Which
to
is
do
almost
shit
nothing.
that I just don't want to do. I'm like not good enough at the
I
game.
defended you.
Tillman
I
with
know,
just
that
a
I
gut
respect.
shot.
10 on a suited board.
You did
Check.
defend him. I'm not sure why.
Okay, King 10
Over
I
to
think
max.
was
It was a light defense.
King 10 I don't necessarily consider a slow roll.
Milo
though I
has
did
nothing.
fucking Slow roll,
I consider everything else egregious, but that was not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Sorry, I thought I was waiting.
Aaron
No,
has nothing.
The hand before that with
Our
the
friend Miles
set of
is being
sevens.
very
Baker
nice.
makes it 50.
Yeah, I should have snapped, but
Yep.
it was the same. It's just the
Fold,
bullshit that literally
That's the
last
thing, I
time
call
I
it
was
spade
on
is spade.
stream.
Carolyn
It was the
calls.
sevens
You know,
that
it's like
that
king,
fucked
king,
me
10
over.
on
DJ
maybe
is going to look at his cards again that have not scanned. He's going to look at them. And we'll get them again.
I call.
He calls. And Aaron folds. We go 3 ways to this turn.
I have to ask if you need that. Hey, I need like half a finger.
Here's a 6.
How many fingers do you want?
Just one finger. I'm degenerative.
I'm just, that's not how you do it.
Carolyn checks it over to DJ. Checks it to Faker.
You got a very intimate relationship with your hair lady.
I never said I didn't.
Is there any chance I can see the river?
Makes it 175. And gets a couple of
You
folds.
gotta give him 5 bones.
And we're going to go on to our final hands of the evening.
No, not him. Jesse.
Trent Martinez wondering if there are tournaments every day. You can check TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas to find out when the tournaments are. Here in Austin, we have tournaments on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Hold'em free roll Wednesdays, 1,000 guaranteed to the winner. Fridays, the PLO guaranteed, 1,000 guaranteed to the winner, PLO free roll. And then Saturday's the second chance tournament. I think we're guaranteeing 3K up top there. And with that tournament, you either get a re-entry or an add-on. If you get through late reg on the 1 bullet, you can do an add-on.
This is the last hand?
Either this or this.
But if you have to
Depends on how
re-enter,
long
then
this
you
one
don't get to do the add-on.
Lifetime.
Here comes our last hands. 1, 2, oh, not 1, 2, 2, 5, 10.
Fuck yeah. For sure.
Again, thanks everyone for watching.
Junk in the dirt.
Be sure hit like, hit subscribe, hit that notification bell. Find out every time we're on the air.
It's
Got a
good.
couple limps, and we got Milo with
It's
Ace
very
King.
easy drinking. Yeah, easy drinking, smooth, nothing.
Homeboy, you ain't welcome to any more of those.
Oh, yeah. You're cut
Can't have
off.
any more. I'm cut
Not
off.
since
You're done,
you
bro.
spilled a whole cup on the table.
Okay, I
Milo
will
making
say
it 60
that was a chop
with the ace
pot. I was
king.
stressed out.
And
You were stressed out,
Aaron with the sixes.
Yeah, but I did fuck it up.
Not
There's no debating that.
One more 3-bet for the road.
Screwed the shit out of the
Could have called and set mine, decided to make it 170 instead. 3-bets worked out pretty good for him so far.
60, 170.
Jason with the suited connector, the 8-7, the best hand for cracking aces.
No, I said set a baller.
Well,
That would be a
there
baller.
could have been like
Does
39
make the call.
He calls 100.
Mid-click around, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. We're playing limit. Heads up. Back and forth.
Back to Max, who limps with the freeze. Often a fold. But if you want to set mine, you have the odds because this game is super duper deep. Let's make the call. Milo now with the ace king. Should probably be 4-betting here. You really don't want to be going 4 ways to a flop here if you can avoid it. Especially when you have an aggressive 3-better. Just pile a bunch of money in here. If they decide to torch their money with these hands, that is their prerogative. And Milo does go big, and Aaron quickly folds. And everyone folds. Milo takes it down. That'll be our last hand. So, thank you all again for watching. On behalf of Kristen, Seth, David, and production, all the staff here, I'm William Lahti, aka the New York Knit, wishing you a good evening. Thanks for watching.
I was all in.